start this. Hello. Let me start my camera here.
Good morning.
Hello, Irene. You know what? Hey, Jamie, welcome. This reminds me when I first started YouTube. I didn't have anybody in chat, and that's fine. But you know what? I'm going to say about this case. Hold on, I'm going to pause this. I'm going to say about this case is right now it's not a very popular case, but I almost bet at the end this case is going to draw a lot of attention because of the circumstances, because of where it is, because of the attorneys. Definitely this judge drives me insane. But this trial is going to draw a lot of attention. I started it. We're going to start now just so we can speed it up a bit. I did put it at 1.5 with the accent. You can't understand a word they're saying. So we're going to be running it at 1.25, which seems to be really good. That way we can get through a lot of the crap and
they won't sound like they're talking like this.
They're not going to sound like Eeyore from Winnie the Pooh, because I'm telling you guys, this is mind-boggling how slow they talk. They can't even say a sentence without just rambling. So we have 6 people watching, 1 person in chat. Don't be afraid to join chat, everyone. We are quite friendly here. So many racial and anti-LGBT issues here. Absolutely, Irene. And that's why I think it's important to follow this case, because it's bringing light a lot of stuff. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that say, oh, well, it's their lifestyle, whatever.
It's the lifestyle. That's funny. Well, so being straight's a lifestyle too then, right?
Yeah. So I am going to start it from the beginning, but like I said, we're running it at 1.25. I have it on Long Crimes because the other channel has it. The volume is horrible. Long Crime is running subtitles. Yeah. And then tonight we are going to be doing a review of Melody Ferris. Oh my God. I've never seen anything so disgusting in my life as that. I thought Sarah Boone was something. She outdid Sarah Boone 100%. So we're going to get this started. I'm going to stop jabbering and we will go. I wonder why my YouTube chat ain't working, but my StreamYard is. All right. Well,
it's crazy.
Let me just check. Let me just reset this and see before I start. Oh, because I've got it on the wrong one. Duh.
I was going to say that it works for me, the chat.
There we go. It's okay. I had it on the wrong one. I'm just going to get this out. Sorry, guys. We got a crap load of snow here today, or yesterday. Unbelievable amount. Oh. Oh. You would think I'm new. There we go. We're good now.
On the gauge and cross the rail unless you're employed by some of these attorneys. No picture taking, no video making. All right. Y'all ready? Okay, quick as everybody gets ready, we'll resume where we were.
No video making.
Yeah, because there was people coming out of the gallery and taking pictures.
Oh, yeah, we're just about to. Need a second, we'll give it to you.
So he
Yes.
said if you don't work for the lawyers, you're not to pass the rail.
Right. I was just making a comment on video making instead of saying it the other way. Video making.
Everything else?
Judge,
Yes, hang on a second.
yesterday, I think I went to the rail, wanted to make sure that I didn't waive any of my objections to witnesses based on discovery violation. Can I make my record on this witness real quick?
You can, just hold the jury for a second, go ahead.
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, Mr. Hodges was provided in discovery on November 21st, 2024 as a witness disclosure by the state, document 84 in the record. In that particular discovery disclosure, it states that any written, recorded, or otherwise preserved statement previously disclosed to the defense would be used. Any of the exhibits other than, I don't know if he's going to try to introduce, I believe it states exhibit 17, 19,
Is that the map looking thing?
the map, 19.
If,
Man, Your Honor, I'm having an objection to this one. I don't mind. I do mind not waiving my objection, but I think it would be more appropriate for the witness just to identify by points where they're located as opposed to indicating a path, just where they saw where those, if the judge is going to allow introduction of the other exhibits, it should only indicate the points on the map where these particular locations are.
If it's, I don't know exactly how Ms. Quinn is intending to you, Mr. Creek, Mr. Creekmore was questioning this witness. Who was questioning this witness anyway?
I thought you said we were going to approach, which is why I got it.
Well, we don't have to. Because, nobody-
I'm going to see prior to its introduction, I'm going to see how it's handled and give you an opportunity after when it's handled.
As far as the discovery violation, this has not been previously provided in discovery.
Your Honor, my response is there is a PowerPoint, I believe, has been previously provided to them. There's a PowerPoint that was, and this is a slide in that PowerPoint.
Your Honor, that particular PowerPoint that we were provided, that is not the document. That PowerPoint was not provided on the 21st of November. It was provided somewhere around 26th of November, I believe.
I'm going to, depending on how it's hard to me. It's hard to me to judge a contest to see exactly how it's handled. As the testimony develops, if you have an objection, I'll hear what they have to say and how they do it. But generally, I'm gonna probably consider this as some kind of demonstrative evidence that I'll probably let in, but I'm not making that ruling to see how it develops. Okay.
Your Honor, I guess procedurally, I kind of got off onto my second part of the argument. I need to know whether the court's going to provide a ruling that it is in fact or is not in fact a discovery violation first, so we can go that far.
I am going to. If they were here drawing
Put
a
it on
map
big screen, guys.
today, went on a piece of chalkboard, saying our testimony is he started here, moved to there, I would not find a discovery violation. If they have a pre-drawn document, I'm in all likelihood going to consider that not to be a discovery violation as well.
And likewise, Your Honor, for the record, I need a ruling from the court on whether or not Mr. Hodges' disclosure on the 21st of November was a discovery violation.
Can you guys still hear me this way?
I'm not finding a discovery violation at this time.
Thank you.
And I'm not making a ruling on the admissibility.
I can still
of
hear
this
you.
document at this time.
Okay.
If there's, I'll let you make an objection. And you don't have to, you can stand up and say, the court, Your Honor, no prior objection, and I'll,
Perfect.
and I will
Thank you,
rule on
Irene.
you at that time after I see how it's handled, okay?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I think what we have previously provided as far as a demonstrative evidence was a rough draft. I think it'll change as the trial progresses, depending on the evidence.
The demonstrative evidence, I'm not going to say necessarily has to be if it coincides with the witness testimony, I'm going to let you draw exhibits as you go.
I know that you've allowed me, I just want to make sure this record is clear. After the defendant, we're not going to have to hop up and do this discovery.
You
There's
well
gonna be a lot of
documented
appellate
your
issues.
objection to discovery violations, and at any time you wish to call that to court's attention, say, and
Thank you.
I will rule. There may be specific things that I say is a discovery violation, and some that are not anyway. Okay, but I'll note your record. But continue to make contemporaneous objection. You don't have to go in. You can.
If I hadn't objected in a while, I'll just object.
Just go in. Just go in. There hasn't been a problem with that so far. Anyway. All right. You may show the jury in, please.
I will be speeding through the sidebars, things like that, just so it doesn't take 100 hours to get through this trial today.
Good morning. Hope everyone had a good evening and a good meal yesterday. I trust no one had any problems with the formal instructions not to investigate the case, discuss the case, or express any opinions. If you ever have any problems with those regard, let the court know. But you're still on the same oath, sir, and we'll continue with the state's direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's going to be. All right. Detective Hodges, yesterday, we were talking about the time stamp on the Molly Bar Trail surveillance. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you had to do some extrapolating of the time. When you went down there, you noticed that it was not current time. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
explain that to the jury?
We got the video the first time. We noticed that the video was incorrect that we downloaded, so went back.
And if you don't mind, speak up a little bit.
So went back, and upon checking the system settings, it was set in Greenwich Mean, and it said that we needed to subtract 5 hours. After doing that, noticed that the time was still off. So using my watch and looking at the time on the live stream, noticed that it was an additional 7 hours and 52 minutes off, for a total of 12 hours and 52 minutes.
Which you told us yesterday. Thanks for repeating.
All right. So the first thing you noticed that affected the time stamp.
I thought when they went over that yesterday, the jury was out.
Set to Greenwich time,
Greenwich Mean Time, yes.
Greenwich Mean Time. Here is what?
Central Standard Time,
All right, and that difference was
5 hours.
5 hours.
Yes.
So you made that adjustment in the setting. And when you looked at the time, there was still a discrepancy, correct?
Yes,
And that's not looking at this videotape. That was looking at their system, comparing it to the actual surveillance system at that time, correct?
yes, sir, the live feed.
All right, so when you're looking at the live stream, you made the Greenwich time adjustment of 5 hours. It was still off by how many hours in minutes?
After the Greenwich Mean Time, 7 hours and 52 minutes.
All right, so when you put those together, what was the total amount of time that the system was off?
12 hours and 52 minutes.
Now, I believe when you made that adjustment, you went and looked at the time around 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning on July the 8th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that you were able to secure that footage and you see the car, Jay Lee's car, coming in at a particular time to Molly Bar Trails on July 8th, 2022, correct?
July 7th on the
No,
video.
I mean, when you account for the time change,
Oops.
what time on July 8th, 2022, does Jay Lee's car enter into the Molly Bar Trails parking lot?
Around 7:25 that morning.
Now then,
Around 7:25 that morning.
all right. Now, how much footage did you look at from that day, from the Molly Bar Trail surveillance system?
Up until the vehicle was towed.
Now then, and we're going to come back to when the vehicle was towed and how you know that. But when you first began looking at video surveillance from Molly Bar Trails apartment complex, what were you looking for?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
And you saw Jay Lee's vehicle. Did you see anything else?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
Minutes later, you'll see Mr. Harrington run.
Objection, Your Honor, there's been no foundation laid that he knows Mr. Harrington whatsoever.
I'll ask him to,
All right.
till a proper foundation is laid, that jury will disregard that last answer.
So after Jay Lee's car comes in, you see an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that you saw that individual, were you able to identify?
At that time, no.
Okay. So at that time, you saw that individual leaving the parking lot, Molly Bar Trails, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, did you try to find whether that person could have been seen on surveillance cameras coming in?
Yes, sir.
Did you find anybody walking into Molly Bar Trails that matched that description?
No, sir.
All right. Now, if you could, tell the jury about the camera system at Molly Bar Trails.
It's a camera at the entrance. Like I said yesterday, it's one way in, one way out. The cameras, the only cameras around the complex are right there at the front office.
All right. And behind Molly Bar Trails, are there any walking trails, running trails?
No, sir.
It's just the airport, the fence, and some trees, correct?
The airport fence and woods.
All right. Your Honor, permission to publish Exhibit 18.
Let me catch up from yesterday. 18, you say?
And if I can inquire whether that's being, the screen, it should be able to be seen by all the parties in the courtroom.
Everybody got that on your, all right, and on the big screen. All right, 18 has been admitted into evidence. You may just publish it to the jury.
All right. Detective Hodges, we have queued the video up to, it looks like 2025. I'm sorry? All right, and if you could, remind the jury of what road that is where we see traffic going back and forth.
That is Molly Bar Road.
All right, now that, if someone were to turn in, is that a roadway as well? Or is that just the entrance?
That is just the entrance to Molly Bar Trails.
Hold on one second,
But,
foundation.
I'm gonna let him buy that one anyway. Go ahead.
All right,
That is the entrance to Molly Bar Trails Apartments.
I'm gonna back it up to 2024 at the 45-second mark.
Good morning.
I'm sorry, it's at the 2017 mark. Sorry about that. All right, we're at queued up at 2016-55. All right, do you see that car entering into Molly Bar Apartments?
Yes, sir. I did.
What the hell?
Got it back? All right, were you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right. Whose vehicle was it?
That's Jaylay's vehicle.
Where's the white stripe?
All right. And then from this same footage, you said you saw an individual leaving shortly thereafter, correct?
Why wouldn't they have paused it when that car
I'm gonna cue
entered?
it up to just before 2026.
They have all been saying there's a white stripe on that vehicle. I did not see a white stripe on that vehicle.
So if you look, it's on the hood in the very middle.
All right. They're at 202640.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you were testifying to, what you observed on the video?
2026, yes, sir.
2026 and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Were you able to observe what that individual was wearing?
Appears to
Are
be a
they
hoodie.
kidding me right now? And that's how they identified him?
Can you see the image being depicted there at the timestamp that's represented on here at the 2026:37 mark?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, taking into account the time adjustment that you made, can you tell the jury what the actual time this was?
That is around 7:34.
7:34 a.m. on what day?
July the 8th.
Now then, going back to, just for the record, can you describe what that individual in that exhibit is wearing?
It appears to be a light colored hoodie, and if you can play it a little bit more, I want to say he was wearing dark colored shorts.
So
I have to stop it, guys, because that one gentleman that testified that picked Timothy up in his car, he said he was wearing a sweatshirt, short sleeve sweatshirt. That's not a short sleeve sweatshirt. And I'm sorry. How the hell do you identify someone like that? I could be wearing a white hoodie and they,
socks and shoes.
Yes, sir.
Can you
and I
describe
didn't see it either, Irene.
The shoes are
agree.
white.
Were you able to observe any other items of clothing? Can you play it again?
Looks like he might have something around his neck.
Okay.
You
All right.
can't- Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
I played it back. All right, at the 37 mark, said it appears like there was something around his
Supposed to be,
neck
Irene.
Yes, sir.
that was not part of that hoodie.
I sustain the objection.
Was what you observed around the neck part of the hoodie?
Your Honor, objection, that's a video speaks for itself, no?
Rephrase your question.
If you can, describe what he had around the hoodie.
Appears to be a darker colored piece of clothing or something.
If you don't mind, speak up. Now I'm going to hand you what's already been received in evidence. That's 13. That's going to be the records from Bandit Towing. And I believe you testified that they reported down to Molly Bartrell's apartment complex on July the 8th at 1:50 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were looking through all of the video, were you able to see the Jay Lee's car being towed from Molly Bar Trails.
Yes, sir.
You observed that when you were looking through those videos?
Yes, sir.
Did you already know that Bandit Towing, through those records, had towed Jay Lee's car on July the 8th, 2022 at 1:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you compare that time to the time on the video where you observed Bandit towing Jay Lee's car from Molly Bar Trails Apartments?
Yes, sir.
Was it the exact same time extrapolation difference that you made in relation to the time that you saw Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Bar Trails and the individual walking out?
Yes, sir.
Consistent with the adjustments that you made?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to confirm that your adjustments were accurate and correct based on the time records from Bandit Towing
Yes, sir.
and the video from Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Now then, and you exhibit 19. Can you identify that?
This map,
Yes, sir.
it's a route showing the,
Objection is what has to be identified. I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, you've seen it.
They can identify it. I have an objection.
Can you identify it?
it's a map showing,
Don't, just,
It's
yes or
yes or
no?
no for now.
yes,
You can't identify it. Is there anything on that exhibit that is inconsistent with what you just testified to?
no, sir.
All right. Now, it's already been identified as just for ID only, but I want you to look at it and I want you to see if there is an indication of the video from Rainbow Cleaners.
Yes, sir.
All right. And if you could, take this pen, where that's indicated, and mark.
Before we get started marking, let me look at the exhibit, because I know we've had some alternate suggestions and such, and I want to make sure we're all on the same. Okay, we're going back here. That was the path I was looking. Go ahead. Okay,
Oh my God. How do you identify a man without seeing their face? You couldn't even tell in that video if he was a black man or not. How is this young man sitting on that defense chair right now?
They had to grab somebody, right?
I am shocked. That black car, I'll go back at the end of this, but there's no way. If they would have paused it, there's no way. Sorry, there's no way you could see a white stripe on that.
And I think I did see the white stripe, but I could be wrong. I could be seeing crap that I want to see.
No,
That
I
makes
think you're seeing a glare.
And that could be what I was seeing, because I thought I did see the small white stripe in the middle of the hood. That's all.
To me, it looked like a glare. And oh, I can't believe this. Oh, there goes the jury.
This court jury.
Let's count how many times they go out today.
All right, well, that's one. I'll keep track of it.
Yeah, zoom in on the evidence.
Go ahead.
I've objected time and time again about the relevance of any of this until we've established a crime, which we haven't. What this exhibit shows, what the evidence at this point in time is Keziah Carter leaving and traveling back, dropping our client off at his apartment. This car video that they're talking about, the only connection they've shown the car coming back at this point in time is leaving Jay Lee's apartment at 558. On this map, it indicates a route going to our client's apartment. That's not in evidence, Your Honor.
All right.
This route here going to,
I'm
They're
gonna-
indi-
I'm-
they're
I'm-
indi- let me
prior
finish,
to-
John.
hang on a second. Prior to the introduction of this map, in its entirety like it is now, the state will have to lay a foundation as to where these items are, where each of these locations are anyway.
John, I want to be perfectly clear. The video on Rainbow Cleaners, they testified to identified in an exhibit. The video at Rebel Drive, they've identified in an exhibit. Out of order, no connection to any crime, no connection to any killing, no connection to any murder, but the court's allowed it to happen. The Rocket Quick Mart video, it's in the exhibit. CD Webb video, Molly Barr, all these exhibits. Absolutely zero evidence has been submitted that Lafayette Place Apartments has anything to do with this car that they're referencing in this. At this point in time, Your Honor, this map is inconsistent with the proof that they've laid in evidence at this time. If they'll just put Jay Lee's house on here, his apartment, and put it through there on this particular map, I don't have an objection, because that's what the proof is. They show Jay Lee's apartment, leaving in his car, and a car going to Molly Bar. That is the evidence right now. And I'm going to object to anything else on top of that. There's nothing whatsoever that Lafayette Place or my client's apartment has anything to do at this point in time. Or a car leaving from Lafayette Place. The Jay Lee's car ever left from Lafayette Place at this point in time. They don't have any video from Lafayette Place to say they left from that location. What we have right now at 558, Jay Lee's car leaving. And they're going through these cameras from Rainbow, Rockets to Molly Bar. That is the proof. Nothing more, nothing less. Anything more than that, at this point in time, Your Honor, I'm objecting to, and it'd be improper for it to be admitted. If they want to put that map in right now, that's fine. It's misleading to this jury that there's any video, any evidence whatsoever. When he says that's the route of this car, that is not consistent with anything they can submit.
Oh, he threw it at the
That they're
judge.
ever going to submit in this court of law.
I'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, it's our case in chief. We do anticipate a interview, 2 interviews, one with the defendant at his apartment, one with the defendant at the sheriff's
Well,
department.
put it on.
I mean, at the police department.
Oh,
Put the map on that. You can do
We're
it.
gonna talk, I gave you a chance to talk, more, give Rick more chance to talk.
He admits that Jay Lee came to Lafayette Place that morning.
Hang
All
on,
right.
let me just tell you,
That-
just let me tell you this. I'm gonna let you talk about this map at this time. And I'm going to let you talk about what the location of Lafayette Place apartment is at this time, in relation to Rainbow Cleaners. I'm not gonna let you say that is the route that was taken at this time. In fact, you can say, let the officer identify where Lafayette Place apartment was. You can let the officer identify where did Mr. Carter say he carried Mr. The defendant back to. But at this point, I'm not going to let you testify that you can start your route at Molly Bar Trails, and as far as a route of the vehicle from Molly Bar Trails to Rainbow Cleaners, but you can't refer to it from Lafayette Place apartment to Rainbow Cleaner as a route at this time.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to admonish Mr. Horan for wrinkling my exhibits.
So we're perfectly
way
clear.
better than yesterday.
That's a route. They're not going to be to testify. This man's not going to be to testify. This exhibit's not going to be admitted into evidence until such time as it becomes relevant, correct?
I'm going to let this witness testify about the points on the map. We're not going to talk, no route. We're not going to say that Mr. Jay Lee's car traveled to any points other than Rainbow Cleaners to Molly Bar Trail Apartments this time. I will let him point out where in relation to this, where in relation to those points, where Lafayette Place Apartments were, and let him point out if this witness knows where Mr. Harrington resided at, if he knows.
If he knows, but Todd, that map,
I'm not introducing the map into evidence at this time.
thank you, Your Honor.
At some point, I may well, but
Nor can he reference it like the top of the map that says route of car because it hasn't been established.
I'm not I'm not introducing the evidence this time. I'm gonna let the witness refer to it and tell about those things that I've said at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But if a witness takes a stand and say that they've been to from point A to point B, consistent with that map, I'll reconsider at that time.
Thank you.
They reference that map up to the point where we're at right now.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, guys. We tried to get back.
I told you, I knew, as I warned the people before we started, it's gonna be a hotly contested case, and I expect it. I'm not holding it against anybody.
We're just ready to get to it, Your Honor.
Well, let's get to it then.
I'm ready.
Let's go.
Your Honor, before we
Okay.
move forward, is the court's objectionable part at this time on exhibit 19, the red mark leading to the fifth place? If I remove that red mark,
If you remove that red mark, let's see, this demonstrative, route taken by Jimmy Lee forward view. If you remove that red mark from Rainbow Cleaners to Buffett Place Apartments, I'll let you introduce it this time. You start at Rainbow Cleaners and go to Molly Bar Apartment or vice versa. I'll let you introduce it this time, and then maybe at some point, depending on the evidence, I may let it in with that mark on there. But at this point, and I will let you reference, I'll testify, in relation to those points, where is Buffett Place Apartments? But no map with a red line on it.
Your Honor, I would only, probably,
What now?
map, at that point in time, the map would be consistent with what you've allowed into evidence at this time. But only have my objection left as to the relevancy. But if they do that, from Rainbow Cleaner headed that way,
I
That's
think
all
that's
I have a
what,
problem with.
all right, that's what we're gonna do at this point. Let Mr. Moran see if that.
oh,
Somebody get a bet, see if you can get a better map with, you take the red line off, put a blue one on.
Put tape over.
Maybe if we put
While y'all working on that, I'm gonna take this one brief now.
there, then it won't look, if you put something right there, then it won't look like.
Hey, Kimber, my friend, how are you? That startled you when he tripped? Oh God, am I bad by saying I kind of wish I would have saw a face plant there? So far it's a little bit livelier than yesterday.
Hi, Kimber.
Well, it wasn't really a day off. I had other stuff, but your fingers wrist. My fingers wrist.
How do you dress your fingers?
Side
Oh my-
question.
One sec. Oh my gosh, Kimber. Melody had me frozen in my seat. I'm gonna do a review of Melody's statement tonight. That's why I started this early so we could get to it.
Have we made any progress on bed line redaction?
Your Honor, they're gonna print out another
If you
copy.
want to keep up, resume your questioning without introduction into evidence until you can get a amended copy made. Again, let's not wait to, I want to introduce or publish to the jury at this
I
point.
was gonna write the exhibit, have the witness write the exhibit numbers by each one before we admitted it.
Just don't publish that. And we're not going to omit that current map into evidence. You can continue questioning him on it as you like. Just don't display it at this time.
She made Sarah Boone look good.
What is that exhibit number?
17.
Nine. Are y'all ready? At such time as you get for lack of a better word, a new map, I wanted it signed a different number. The current map 19 will be for ID purposes. And if assuming that the map is later introduced into evidence, will be introduced as a new exhibit number. So that if it ever comes up, we'll know what two different maps.
This child needs Marissa Torme. Absolutely, Kimber. Absolutely.
Or could you picture her doing that in this courtroom? She would be amazing. And I believe that was in Mississippi too, wasn't it?
I think so. If Melody hadn't put all her energy into,
Already. All right, come here, Ian.
she wouldn't be where she is today. Just saying. I agree. Into eggplant. I've never seen anything more backwoods than this. Oh, Kimber, it is insane. But you know what? I know a lot of people don't like this trial, and I know like it's not bringing in the numbers, but it really should because
I'm glad to see you playing cricket.
it's
Boy, you didn't go to
horrible.
Faith either last night, did you? Hands on you there? All right, I'm glad you're doing better, but you may resume your examination.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna look at exhibit S13. Is that in focus for you?
We don't have
I don't
any, we don't,
see.
no contact on anything, I don't think. Y'all got any? I don't have any.
I think you control it. I may be wrong.
I got all the lights are on up here, like it's been displayed.
It's on HDMI at the podium.
We got the
So I'm
expert-
good
We
here.
got the expert coming anyway.
I may have done it when I. No, it's gonna be on the,
We getting somewhere now, I think.
all right. It's on. Yeah, I don't think that matters.
Did y'all last night?
There we go. Sure. Just leave that on.
I can see, can y'all see? All right, we're back in business. Apparently big screen can see now too.
As far as I can tell, we didn't do anything. It just showed up.
I walked by and I have a way to just, my mere presence to screw up technology anyway.
Again, Detective Hodges, we're looking at S13. And that's a receipt from Bandit Towing, right?
Correct.
Who is Bandit Towing and what do they do? And do you work with them on a regular basis?
They're a tow company within the city, I guess the county, and they tow vehicles.
All right. Can you tell the jury a little bit about parking as an issue in Oxford and parking as an issue at apartment complexes in Oxford?
We've got more vehicles here than we do parking. Apartment complexes, they only have so many parking spaces and they're mostly for their tenants. They do have some of them do have areas for visitors. Some people that visit don't park in a visiting spot, they park in the area for the tenant spots, so the tenants call and complain. The apartment complexes, they have started hiring private tow companies to come in and keep a check. If you don't have a parking pass and you're parking in a resident spot, they will hook up and tow you.
In this receipt, do you see a time indication as to when they reported, Bandit Towing reported to Lombard Trails?
Yes, sir.
All right, what time is that?
1:50 PM.
All right. Now then, can you compare that time to the time you saw Jaden's car entering into Lombard Trails?
That is after.
How long?
7 o'clock to Not quite 7 hours.
I believe that you testified that the Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Molly Bar Trails at 7:25.
Yes, sir.
So from 7:25 to 1:50 is how long it took for somebody to report a car that was parked in Molly Bar Trails apartment to contact a towing company to come in and remove it.
Actually, Bandit Towing, they periodically ride through complexes. When they see a vehicle parked without a sticker, they'll hook up to it.
All through this previously can't possibly testify as to what the practices are. Bandit towing, that's irrelevant.
If he knows, he can. If you don't, he don't.
Probably been asked and answered by another witness.
Let's move on. I think it has been covered anyway.
All right. I'm going to display another page of Exhibit 13. Now, this image, prior to you ever seeing Jay Lee's car, did you have an idea of what Jay Lee's car looked like?
Okay, that it's got a white stripe.
Prior to this image, no, sir, I don't think so.
So you found out from looking at these photos from Bandit Towing what the car looked like?
Yes, sir.
All right. And whether it had any distinct markings?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what were those?
That racing stripe on the hood.
And then after you had this information, is when you went and looked for cars that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
That looked like Jay Lee's car.
Yes, sir.
Now then, looking at another page of that exhibit, orienting the jury to the layout of Molly Bar Trails apartment, can you tell where this vehicle was as far as what you were describing
It's
as
a
the
bad
back
parking job.
of Molly Bar Trails, behind Molly Bar Trails, behind the parking lot?
That is the back side of Molly Bar Trails, and that behind the vehicles, that is the wooded area.
And then behind the wooded area is what?
The airport.
The volume vent.
Is it possible for anybody to walk onto that airport property from Molly Bar Trails parking lot?
No, sir.
Why?
There's a fence there.
All right, and looking at another page of that exhibit, this is Jay Lee's car from a different angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's from the rear?
Yes, sir.
I believe. Zoom in on it, you can see the vantage point.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other distinctive markings on the vehicle?
Yes, sir. That's sticker.
What does that sticker say?
I believe it says, "I love my Pomeranian."
All right, did you know Jay Lee to have a Pomeranian?
He had a dog, yes, sir.
All right, in looking through all of the videos, if you can, just from Molly Bar Trails apartment, all the surveillance videos, you focused on July 8th, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we've already introduced exhibits where you identified Jay Lee's car entering into Molly Bar Trails and the route that car took to get there, correct?
Correct.
All right. From that time, how many hours before did you look at? And how many hours after that time did you look through video surveillance from Molly Bar Trails?
Several.
All right. And what were you looking for?
Was this after we identified the person running?
So let me ask you this. Beforehand, did you ever see Jay Lee's vehicle enter into Molly Bar Trails other than that time in all of the video surveillance you saw from Molly Bar Trails Park?
No, sir, just that one time.
All right. And can you approximately tell the jury how many hours of footage you looked at from Molly Bar Trails Park? How long did it take you to go through that footage?
That was several hours of footage and a couple of days worth looking through it.
I can't hear you.
Several hours of video footage, and it took a couple of days to go through it.
All right, so now then, from the time that the 7:20 on July the 8th, 2022 at Molly Bar Trails, when you see Jay Lee's car come in, did you ever see any footage of Jay Lee's car leaving prior to bandit towing coming in at 1:50 p.m.?
No, sir.
Court's indulgence. Court's indulgence.
Okay. You may. Don't trip.
Don't trip, he says. I've never seen such unorganized lawyers in my life. I thought Rashbaum was bad.
Look what you got there.
I seriously. Let's just.
No, I want to assign this a different number. You just want, well, since we don't have a 20 yet, let's just make it 20.
Let's call that another sidebar. That's 2.
All right. I'm going to hand you exhibit 20 for ID. You recognize that? Yes or no?
Yes,
All right, and I believe I handed you a pen as well, correct?
yes, sir. Now, we started out, is there an indication on that exhibit for the Rainbow Cleaners surveillance video?
Yes, sir.
And a time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the Rainbow Cleaners video was introduced as exhibit 14, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you don't mind, take my pen, and where the Rainbow Cleaners is, just put exhibit 14. All right, is there an indication of the CV web photo indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir. It says CD web video.
Video, but it's actually the way you testify.
That
You took a
is,
screenshot
that
from
right,
that CV web video, correct?
that right there is Jackson and the Rebel that you have in your hands.
Well, let's do Jackson and Rebel first. Is there an indication on Jackson and Rebel?
It says Rebel Drive.
Is that from the UPD camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was exhibit 15,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes,
You
sir.
could indicate that in that location. And then you've got the Rockets video. Is that indicated on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's got a time on it consistent with your testimony.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was introduced as exhibit 16.
Yes, sir.
You can indicate exhibit 16. Is there an indication on that exhibit for the CD web screenshot?
Yes, sir.
Does it say video on it?
It says video, yes,
So
sir.
you testified about that, and we have a screenshot of that,
Yes, sir.
and that's exhibit 17.
Yes, sir.
You can indicate that on that exhibit. Then the exhibit that we were looking at, the Molly Bar Trails apartment video, there were 2 times. Are those indicated on that exhibit, consistent with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that was referencing exhibit S18, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you could indicate that on that exhibit. If you could put just a little S by each one of those. This time, the state asked that S20 be received.
Other than the objection previously noted, any objection? It'll be a bit.
All right, permission to publish.
Okay.
All right. So looking at exhibit 20. Do you see Molly Bar Trails and Lafette Place Apartments on that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jury what the distance is from one location to the other?
We've got to briefly, I mean, I have to discuss it.
Number 3. I'm going to put up a poll. How many sidebars? I'm going to say, for some reason, I'm going to say 15 to 35.
Cutting and pasting the copy, how I survived before the age of all this computer stuff anyway.
The state asked for this to be received as S21.
Is that one?
It's replacing.
Hey,
S20.
Margaret.
Everybody looks like a secret. Okay, all right. That'll be that's one.
S21.
Well, I've already admitted S20.
We're going to replace this.
Well, let's just leave it as, let's just throw that one S20 away and make this S20. If that's everybody's all right with that, because I've already shown S20 as admitted, so. I will note just the record that apparently we removed some notation on this, the original S20, replaced it with a new S20. All right, go ahead.
All right. So look at S14 on exhibit S20. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that near Lafette Place Apartments?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, looking at Lafette Place Apartments and following roadway that you would naturally take to get to Molly Bar Trails, how long is it from that point to Molly Bar Trails?
According to that map, it's 2.6 miles.
2.6 miles.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the exhibits reference the surveillance cameras that you got this evidence from, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave that place apartments and go to Molly Bar Trails, would that be the natural route to take?
That'd be the route I took.
And from S14 to S18, those are, in ascending order, but also, are they sequentially connected to each other?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want to look at the time listed on this exhibit at Malabar Trails Park, okay? That was in S18, referring back to that video surveillance, okay?
Okay.
The first time listed up there at Malabar Trails is what?
7:25 a.m.
And what does that refer to?
That is the time that Jay Lee's vehicle enters into Malabar Trails.
And then below that is a time listed 7:34. What does that refer to?
That is the time that we see an individual running out of Malabar Trails.
Know what they were dressed in, know what they were wearing, know what they were wearing, correct?
Yes,
All right, so that 7:34 refers to that moment in time on video, correct?
correct.
Now, the way it stands, if you were to play that exhibit, it's gonna have what the surveillance system timestamp had on it, correct?
Correct,
And that's in, that was 7/7/2022, correct?
correct.
But you testified that you corrected that time when you went and gathered that video surveillance yourself, adjusted for that time, and that's how you arrived at 7:25 and 7:34, correct?
Correct.
And you were able to also compare that to the timestamps on every other surveillance, correct?
Correct.
And were they consistent with each other as to the time that you adjusted on the exhibit for Malabar Trails?
Yes.
Right. So, I'm going to toggle that. All right, so looking at Exhibit 20, you've got S14 Rainbow Cleaners at 7:18 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Friendly reminder, if you have conversations with co-counsel at the podium, you're more than likely being heard.
All right. I'm going to try to toggle back. Yeah.
Everybody good on the jury?
How do I get back to the HDMI? Right.
Did the jury go out
Is
again?
that being displayed for you?
It is. Yep. I think so.
All right. Now, that's going to be, I'm projecting the Rainbow Cleaners. That's going to be Exhibit 14, correct?
Correct.
And the time on that right now is what?
7:18.
Okay. And I believe you testified that we're looking for a white truck with a trailer.
Yes, sir.
Then behind that truck is who?
Jay Lee's vehicle.
White truck, trailer, Jay Lee's vehicle.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now then, if I toggle back, can you see Exhibit S20 being displayed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that video that we just saw, is that referencing S14 that you indicated on Exhibit
Yes, sir.
718, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is connected to Rainbow Cleaners video, police cars eastbound on Jackson.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then on S15, I'm going to let it play until it's off the screen first. Okay, we back to exhibit 14. You see that on your display? All right, and that's at 7/18/52.
Yes, sir.
Is that eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Is that headed to the UPD Rebel and Jackson surveillance camera?
Yes, sir.
It's a hard one, Kimber. It's a hard one.
We're going to look back at exhibit S20. We went from S14, right?
Yes, sir.
Eastbound on Jackson,
Yes, sir.
headed to the Rebel Drive UPD camera, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to project S15. Looking at S15, are you able to identify that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, whose vehicle is it?
That's Jay Lee's vehicle.
Is that the same vehicle that was in S14 on the Rainbow Cleaners?
Yes, sir.
Is it traveling the
can't-
same direction eastbound on Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Now, is there a timestamp? You may not be able to see it. Can you see the date?
7/8/2022.
Enter it.
Time on that is going to be 7/21/56.
Is that consistent with the timestamp on exhibit S20?
Yes.
All right, so that's from S14 to S15, eastbound on Jackson.
You are a trooper, Kim.
Now then, the next exhibit is going to be S16, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was video promotions, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the Rockets exhibit is S16. You see that being displayed on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And that's going to be, according to your testimony, at 7/23/21, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're at 7/23/09. Do you still see that image?
Yes, sir.
All right, what car just passed in front of Rockets?
That is Jay Lee's vehicle.
All right, at 7/23/25.
Yes, sir.
You see it stopping at that stop sign right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so if we look back, at exhibit
AX.
20, does it appear that the timing from S15 and S16 is consistent with traveling that distance from 15 to 16?
Yes, sir.
Right, you see the car completely leave the surveillance camera. The next indication on this map is going to be S17, right?
Correct.
S17, sort of right at the same time there in front of Rockets Video. They were sort of getting two different angles, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even though they're different establishments. Now, was there a time listed on that surveillance?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
7/23/50.
Now, going back to exhibit 20, we're getting to the Malabar Trail surveillance, right?
Correct.
And that's listed on here, Malabar Trails 725 S18.
Correct.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
See Jay Lee's car come in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, man. I'm sorry.
This man's a klutz.
Is that being projected on your screen?
Yes, sir.
According to this down here on this exhibit, Jay Lee's car pulls in, according to their timestamp, at 2017. You see the car coming in?
Yes, sir.
Why does that keep doing that?
All right, 2017.
Yes, sir.
But you look at Exhibit 18 on. Should we turn it up? Is Exhibit 20 on display?
Yes, sir.
The time is.
Thanks, tennis girl.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that based on, you're adjusting for the appropriate time, based on Greenwich time zone setting, and based on confirming through bandit towing the time difference, making those adjustments from this 2017 number to what you arrived at on this exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And is that time consistent with the path that Jay Lee's car took from Rainbow Cleaners through Rockets gas station? Consistent with the time that you arrived at, based on your calculations? If somebody was headed from Rainbow Cleaners to Bodyguard Trails.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference? I'm just making sure it's the right exhibit. All right. Do you see an image on your screen
Yes, sir.
from Exhibit 18? All right, we're queued up to almost 2034 on this exhibit. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is the spot on the video that matches up to the 734 timestamp that you listed on Exhibit S20? Do you know?
No, sir.
You don't know?
2026.
It's 2026.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 2026 matches up to the 734,
Yes, sir.
and we're queued up at 2025 and 59 seconds. All right, that matches up to the Malabar Trails, the second timestamp on your exhibit in S20.
Yes, sir.
How can you tell who that is?
You can see what that individual was wearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can see the individual go in a certain direction, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what road is that again?
Mollybar Road,
In what direction did that individual go on Malabar Road?
he turned right, leaving the, turned right, leaving the complex,
Is that toward
toward Rockets.
Toward Rockets? All right. Now, prior to your testimony, video from Rockets was introduced through Keziah Carter. Do you know who Keziah Carter is?
Yes, sir.
Have you viewed that video from Rockets
Yes, sir.
involving Keziah Carter?
Yes, sir.
As part of your investigation, do you know what Keziah Carter did on July the 8th, 2022 at 7:38?
Said what he did. He,
Part of your investigation.
yes, sir.
What did he do?
I'm gonna let the officer testify what his investigation is. That's the-
There it is. All right, I'm projecting Exhibit 4. It's queued up July 8th, 2022 at 7:37 and 55 seconds. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, sir. That's Rockets.
You recognize this video?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now I'm going to direct your attention. We're at 7:38:07. And again, the traffic outside the parking lot at the top of the screen, what road is that?
That is Mollybar Road.
And Malabar Trails, if I was to leave this parking lot, how would I get to Malabar Trails?
Take a left.
I'm going to back it up a few seconds. It's 7:38 mark, okay? All right. Now, if you are to look at the top left of the image being projected, do you see the white van?
Yes, sir.
And if you look above that and to the left, do you see that area?
Yes, sir.
And that area is what, Malabar Road?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to play. If you would look at that area and tell me when you see an individual running, okay?
There he is.
That's at the 7:38 mark in 5 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And you identified him by that also?
Here at
Come
that
on.
timestamp with the time that you adjusted for the person leaving Malabar Trails apartment, what's the difference between those two times?
Around 4 minutes.
Does the person that you see there at the 7:38 and 24 second mark appear to be wearing the same type of clothing as the person leaving Malabar Trails apartment?
Yes, sir.
Does it look like they're wearing the exact same clothing?
Yes, sir.
I can't remember whether I think you testified yesterday, or it may have been another witness, but you're familiar with this area, correct?
Yes,
Where is the police department in relation to Rockets?
to the right,
And if you don't mind speaking up,
to the right.
and you travel this area quite often,
Yes,
are you familiar with Glen at certain times of day and that kind of thing?
yes,
You recognize them on a regular basis?
some of them.
Have you ever seen someone like this running in that area?
No, sir.
Now, you looked at all the video surveillance. Did you see any other runners that morning?
Someone like this.
Look, and match that description.
I believe so. No, no, not that match that description. No, sir.
Tim Rich.
Oh, we've been out here a little while, but not too many interruptions. It's great. Anyway, so I'm gonna give you a little break this time. Remember, don't discuss the case. Only want to discuss the case with you. Want to discuss the case?
Have you seen someone like this running before? Are you kidding me? Are you bloody kidding me?
I think I run like that when I'm going on a jog. Michelle, I think you're muted.
I had myself this. No, I'm not muted.
Oh. Okay. It looked like you were, but we weren't hearing anything, sorry.
No, I took my headset off while you were talking because it's very loud. Holy. Have you seen someone like this running before? Well, I don't know, maybe not in the States, but college towns here, you see kids out jogging all the time.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Someone
You'll see
like
me.
this. Oh my.
You'll see me jogging like that. That's how I jog.
That comment just. I'm sorry. The jogger going out of the complex. How do you identify that person from the back? No face, no nothing. The only reason they can identify him as Timothy is because the guy picked him up at the gas station. But even the guy gave the wrong description of what he was wearing. I think I'm going to go out on the limb here. I think this poor kid's being framed. I think the police have no idea, no nothing. They see a young man out on a jog and decide, oh, the guy's car was here. Then we see this young man jogging. Must be him. And there's a connection between him and Jay Lee. I'm just going to go out on the limb. I just cannot believe I shot the clerk. Irene says that was so casual. And we still don't know where Timothy lives. We still have no clue. I'm going to be, after this break, the defense is going. So I'll be interested to see. I know there's a bombshell because I kind of heard it earlier.
Okay, Michelle, really quickly.
I'm just going to get it.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't want to yell because I'm lowering my voice so I don't yell. I think that when the jury was out and they were discussing that map, the whole map argument, I think that I heard them say that that Timothy or the defendant lived in those apartments. And so that's what I think I remember, I think I clearly heard them pointing to the Bartlett Molly apartments or the Molly Bar apartments on the map and it being where the defendant lives. I'll have to run back and check it again, but I think that they did say that he does live there. And that would make sense as to why he's jogging around in that area. So therefore,
Yeah.
that's that connection, but that's it.
They haven't even stated if Timothy has a car or anything like that. So even if say he did it, how did he dispose of a body by himself without transportation? And how is that body never found?
Yeah, because then they would have to,
This
they
makes
would, if you go off of that, you would have to think that the only way he would, if he doesn't have his own vehicle, you would think that the only way he was going to be able to do that without pulling another person into it is by loading Jay Lee back up in his own car, in Jay Lee's car, taking that car away somewhere and then bringing that car back to abandon it. So then there still have to be there. Exactly. That's why I'm saying there's no way that you can get rid of a body without a way of getting rid of the body. There's just no way.
Yep. What I would be looking for if I was a detective of a car or a type of vehicle leaving that area in that time frame. That's what I'd be looking for, not a young man jogging. Because it's the only way to get rid of the body. And it'd have to be somebody going across country or something because they have never found the body. This makes no sense whatsoever. None. And then they play these videos. Well, you're not stopping to freeze frame what you're talking about. So the jury's not even getting a good perspective of what the jogger looked like, what the car looked like.
Yeah, but that's a way of kind of breezing through it and telling the jury what you want them to see. That way.
Well, exactly. But you got to be able to explain how this young man was able to transport a body somewhere within minutes.
Exactly. So
because
I'm just saying
they're saying 5:58. They're saying 5:58. Jay Lee got there, and at 7:28, Timothy's out jogging. So from 5:58 to 7:28, he would have to unalive Jay Lee, transport his body to a fictional land because his body has not been found, and then go out for a jog in that period of time. It just doesn't happen.
Unless they're going to try to say that he unalived Jay Lee, left him in his apartment, went and did his thing, whatever he was out doing, the jogging and all that stuff, and then later that night came back, or whenever he came home, and then got rid of the body somehow. And then still, you have to show us how the hell he did that. Where did he take, like, where do you see him leaving with anything? You know, so it still goes on your point. I'm just saying it could be that they're going to say, oh yeah, well, he didn't have to get rid of the body in this time frame. He could have come back and dealt with it later. But they still have to show us the other part that we're talking about.
You also have to remember the car was towed at 1:50. So there was notification that his car was towed at 1:50. Oh, they're back in.
Yesterday, talking to media now, yesterday, there was individuals, social security number, date of birth, came in as part of the video, and I asked the media to do what they could, contact anybody that's received that video and tell them to tell them to redact that or quit showing the video. One, two, individual called this morning and say that that information was being shown as the latest this morning on one of the Memphis news stations on their video feed. So I'm gonna ask y'all to, anybody that's gotten that feed, to do whatever it takes to stop that. All right? All right, we ready? Everybody ready for the jury? Show the jury in. Wait, Vicky.
I didn't see anything like that. Don't pick your nose, Judge. Oh no, that's nasty. Now he's put it in his mouth. Oh no. No, no, Judge.
Kevin. Hey, Kevin. It's not related to this.
Oh no, Judge, that is so wrong. Oh, that's another sidebar. So there we go. That's 4, guys.
Everybody good on jury? You may, let's see, you may cross. You may cross. All right.
Good morning, Sergeant Hodges. How you doing? I'm good. About you, sir? Doing just fine. Sergeant, a few things I just want to go over with you and make sure that I'm understanding exactly what you're
Good lawyer.
You started off initially discussing the records that were received from Bandit Towing when they towed the car from Molly Bar Trails, correct? Yes, sir. And State's Exhibit 13, as they previously admitted into evidence, contained multiple photos of that car. And I just want to go back over a couple of those for just a second. Which way is the? You described Mr. Lee's vehicle as being distinctive. Is that correct? Yes. And in this photo, what are you describing as being distinctive about that vehicle? I call it a racing stripe on the hood of the vehicle. That gold stripe is running down the center line of the hood of that vehicle, correct? Yes, sir.
Gold. I thought it was white. I thought everybody's been saying white.
We also looked at her back of this vehicle. I believe that you're looking at the tag. Well, thank you, Judge. We'll get it going. What is distinctive about the backside of this vehicle that you described? There's a vanity plate that says J. Lee, and then there's a sticker on the back that appears to say, "I love my Pomeranian." And that sticker's a white sticker in the shape of a dog bone? Yes, sir. Were there any other distinctive features of the outside of J. Lee's car that you were aware of? If you look from the side, it might need to be a different side photo. That photo might not. I'll show another photo, but is this what you're referring to about you want to look from the side? Not that side. But that photo doesn't show it. This is the other side of the vehicle, it's the passenger side. What do you find distinctive on the passenger side? The trim around the windows. The design of it.
What?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Just may I approach? Please tell me what you're referring to. The insulation on the trim? Okay. Are those the only items that you find to be distinctive on the outside of the vehicle? The rims. A photograph I'd like to
Because
have.
nobody else owns rims like that, I guess. One of a kind type of rims.
Sergeant, I'd like to take a look at this photograph. And do you recognize that vehicle? Yes, sir. Whose vehicle is that? That's J. Lee's vehicle. Is there a distinctive marking in that photograph? Yes, sir. Thank you. I'd ask you one to be admitted.
That'll be, E21.
Judge, our request to publish. Sergeant Hodges, what is that on the side, on the driver's side door of this vehicle?
It appears to be a sticker.
And what does that sticker say?
J.
Gold color sticker that says J.
Yes.
So as far as distinctive aspects of the car, we have gold stripe on the hood, a dog bone sticker, a vanity plate, and gold lettering of J on the side of the door. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think he said more than that. I know he said all those things. Asked him a question.
You also mentioned that you thought the window insulation was distinctive in the rims. Is that correct? The window trim. All right. I would like to ask you about, marked as States Exhibit 14, the video from Rainbow Cleaners. Timestamp on this video is 7:18:53. Got about 20 seconds to go. I'm going to play. I would ask you to let me know when you see. I'm not going to pause it. I want you to watch carefully. Let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. I'm going to keep it playing.
Are you playing now?
It's playing now.
We still see the photo. I apologize.
That picture there off of the screen before we play it on.
I just have to.
Oh, they don't know technology at all.
All right, we're still in front of the pertinent point. Please just let me know when you see Jay Lee's car enter the video. Watch carefully, and it will continue to play.
Right there.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the gold stripe on the hood of that car?
From that video there, I don't believe so.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to read the vanity plate on that car?
No, sir.
Based on your observation of that video, are you able to identify the dog bone sticker that says "I love Pomeranians"?
Are we able to replay it again?
Have to.
Exactly. That's what I said.
Are we able to stop it when it is above the white mailbox at Rainbow Cleaners? A little bit further. Okay. Are you able to blow that up?
I'm not.
Right here, I cannot.
Based on your observation of this video, can you identify the gold J sticker on the driver's side door of that vehicle?
I don't believe I could.
Based on your observation of this video, we're identifying a black car going down the road. Is that correct?
I believe the trim, the window trim that I talked about appears similar.
Exactly. So the jury cannot determine that is his car. You can't
Based on
see
that
any
clear image,
difference.
which I believe is about as close as we can get on this video. Based on that image, what can you describe about the window trim?
Can I get the photo?
No, I'm asking about that image.
Well, we had photos and stuff that we compared.
I understand that, but I'm asking you about that image.
What was your question again?
I'm asking you, you said that you thought you could identify the distinctive window trimming. On that image of that video, what is distinctive that you can describe from that image?
Without being able to say that we compared it with another photo. I believe you got me handcuffed here.
So is it fair to say that based on this video, based on stopping it, looking at individual images inside it, you can't identify any distinctive features of Jay Lee's car? Is that a fair statement?
Without having a photo to be able to show comparison.
All right, thank you.
Bam.
Sergeant Hodges, you also testified about some of your investigation at the Molly Bar Trails Department. Specifically, you were asked about watching the surveillance video from the time. Excuse me one second.
I don't understand why all these witnesses keep staring at the prosecution all the time when they're caught in something.
You were asked about the length of time on the surveillance video at Molly Bar Trails that you reviewed in relation to this investigation, correct? Yes, sir. And what was the time frame in which you reviewed those videos? From what point at the earliest video that the earliest piece of video that you reviewed to the latest video period, what is that range? Without being able to look at the videos themselves to go all the way back from the time that we got, I believe it was somewhere, I'm taking a guess here, I believe it was somewhere around 2 in the morning. Roughly 2 a.m. on July 8th? Yes, sir. And up until the car was towed away by bandit towing? Yes, sir. And that was the only period of time that you reviewed with security camera footage from Molly Bar Trails? Besides the footage that we got prior that was incorrect based on the times. Okay, so fair enough. Aside from the footage you reviewed that you realized was incorrect, it resulted in you determining it was in GMT time, converting that, those two, let's call them 2 sets of videos. Those are the only 2 sets you ever reviewed, correct? Yes, sir. You never reviewed footage from any other day prior to this? I did not. Okay, thank you. Now, on the Molly Bar Trails video, I believe that the timestamp for of what is on the camera. Now I understand that it's adjusted for what the actual time is. The timestamp for what was on the camera for when Jay Lee's vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails was roughly 2017. I'm gonna cue that up. And before I play that, I mean, you also said that the timestamp for roughly when an individual is seen running out of the apartment complex was 2026. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Are there any vehicles or other individuals that enter or leave Molly Bar Trails during that time period?
Sidebar number 5. I actually like how this lawyer talks.
Officer, again, during the time, and just remove the constant timestamps from it. During the time period from when the vehicle, the Jay Lee vehicle enters Molly Bar Trails to the time that the individual on foot that we've been talking about is seen leaving, do any other vehicles or individuals enter or leave Molly Bar Trails? I do not recall. Okay. Well, Judge, I believe the video would speak for itself. It's only about a 9-minute strip. I'd ask you to just play it.
It's your cross-examination. Play what you want. Wake me up when it's over.
So 9 minutes difference.
And Judge, I've got some, to prove my point, I've got some timestamps. It's okay, I'm gonna skip ahead just a second. Within the frame of what we're discussing.
Thought you were going to play it straight out. Oh my God.
Sergeant Hodges, do you see a white SUV leaving Molly Bar Trails? Yes, sir. What direction does that vehicle appear to be traveling? Towards Rockets. It made a right out of Molly Bar Trail, driving down Molly Bar Road towards Rockets. Is that correct? Yes, sir.
Oh, cameraman, stay on the video.
Sergeant Hodges, do you recognize that white car exiting Molly Bar Trails? Yes, sir, I see it. Is it likewise traveling consistent, making a right turn out of Molly Bar Trails towards Rockets? Yes, sir. 20 seconds. Do you see this blue car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
What's the point of this?
Likewise, do you see the white or silver car entering Molly Bar Trails?
Yes, sir.
Finally, do you recognize this? Do you recognize that this gray car is exiting Molly Bar Trails?
I see that car. Yes, sir.
What direction is it traveling?
It is traveling right towards Rockets.
Thank you. Sergeant, is it a fair summation to say that, and I'll represent that there are no more vehicles that enter or exit prior to the individual leaving on foot?
You say so?
Is it fair then to say that between that time period, 5 different vehicles are either entering or exiting Molly Bar Trails?
I didn't count them, but if you say so.
We had a white SUV go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a white car go out, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a blue car go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
We had a silver car go in.
Yes, sir.
We had a gray car go out. I count 5. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And again, you've never reviewed any other video from Molly Bar Trails from any other day.
From any other day?
Like the Molly Bar Trails apartment, you testified that you've never, aside from these, we have 2 distinct now, I'll say dumps because of the time difference. Did you ever review any other footage from the Molly Bar Trails apartments in relation to this case?
Relation to that, there you go. That's what I needed to clarify. No,
To
sir.
this case.
Reference to this case, no, sir.
So based on that, you have no knowledge, aside from on this instance, on this day, about what cars, what vehicles may or may not be present in Molly Bar Trails?
Correct.
1 second, Your Honor. Thank you, Tim Lewis.
Done with the witness?
Good deal, thank you. 18 out. 14 out. On this 14. Detective Hodges, are you familiar with the VLC program?
Yes, sir.
Are you able to, do you know how to zoom in using the software
I don't think you can zoom in on VLC.
on this?
Yes, sir.
Nope. I minimize.
The prosecution team is so slow.
718.
Can you pull out of the thing on there? 718 on here? I need a second. I know how to do it. Go into like the settings. I just need a minute. It says it in 2 months.
How do they ever bring any cases to trial with how slow they are?
While she's working on that, I'm gonna go over a few things with you. You know what kind of car, I think you testified to, that you make a model of Jelly's car.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
A Ford Fusion.
You know, make a model? I mean, year
I believe it was a 2014.
2014 Ford Fusion.
Yes, sir.
You know the color.
Appears black to me.
And then it had distinctive markings.
Yes, sir.
And it looked like you described the trim around the driver's side window, or the windows all the way around the car.
Yes, sir.
Was it chrome, kind of a chrome band?
It looks like it. Yes, sir.
All right. And you also described the rims of the car.
Yes.
Do you remember what that was?
The rims,
The rims?
they appear goldish colored to me. But you got to remember, I'm partially colorblind.
The man's colorblind and he picks out a car.
Angie, Exhibit 13.
Oh, I wish the defense would have known that. They would have not said the colors and asked them the colors of the cars.
Affect your ability to distinguish between silver and gold. Can you tell?
Right there, they look silver, silverish, yes, sir.
Metallic.
Yes, sir.
I gotta go back to what you said.
You gotta go to
Is it box two?
Now, from all
I
of the
agree.
exhibits that we saw, Rainbow Cleaner, Rebel Drive, CD Web, Rockets, and the Monty Bar Trails. was
I
it
guess we're
the same
in for
thing?
It appears.
big shocker coming up. I'm just watching the other chat
Chrome
that's
trim around the lens?
ahead of us.
Yes, sir, it appears so.
Was it consistent with the same type of rims?
Yes, sir.
I think that's it. Just leave it right there.
Oh, I'm just gonna go back to. There's the,
Nope, that's not it.
no, that's not it. The train might go back, so you'll have to repeat.
Can you imagine if these prosecutors were the ones doing the Adelson trial? Oh, God.
Now, within that relevant time from beginning with 718 at Rainbow Cleaners to Polybar Trails at 725, did you see any other cars of similar make and model and going in that same direction? As
That's how it's go across. I have to make my cars.
description of cars clearly.
But the issue of the identification of this car has been delved into greatly on false accommodation. I'll let the state question in that area.
Each of those exhibits, Rainbow Cleaners, all the way through up to Polybar Trails, that you testified those cars were 2014 Ford Fusion. Identified it as Jay Lee's vehicle, correct? Did you see any other cars similar to a 2014 Ford Fusion of the same color and style within that relevant time frame?
I don't remember seeing any. No, sir.
Are we projecting exhibit 14? Your Honor, are we projecting exhibit 14?
You want, if 14 is Rainbow Cleaners, you are.
Can you see this?
Yes, sir.
All right, again, we're looking at that white mailbox that you used as a landmark to orient yourself on cross-examination.
Yes,
You
sir.
can see the white truck and the trailer, and then the J. All right. Play that. Can you tell that we've zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Seven eighteen is just playing from the beginning of 718.
All right, we're at the 28:30 mark. We're going to 28:55.
I'm like that. I'm gonna-
Are you going to stop it?
Yeah.
Okay.
2055, you want me to stop it? There it is. That's the trailer.
Oh, my God. Hurry up. We've got them sped up, guys.
All right, looking at the rear of that vehicle that passed in front of Rainbow Cleaners at the 28:53 mark, does it appear, tell me if you know, or
I can't say that that's the car.
can you compare that image to the photo in Exhibit S13 and see if there's anything other than make model, other than the chrome around the windows, other than the panels that were distinctive?
Looks like the taillights can be similar.
Looks like.
Anything else?
I'm sure I can't see it.
Let me ask you this. On that photo from the exhibit from Bandit Tow and showing the rear of the vehicle, there's a sticker on the back.
Yes,
And I don't know if you can, or can't, but does it appear that you can see that in that image? Or is it too grainy?
not for my eyes.
Now, you said earlier that you did blow it up before. Is that what you were referencing?
Back that way, I was referencing the window trim. when the vehicle first comes into the picture.
I guess my question is, when you were investigating, you said that you blew this image up,
Yes, sir.
observed the vehicle closely. Did you make any observations then about that vehicle?
One of these videos, we were able to see what appeared to be the dog bone.
And the videos would speak for themselves on that.
Yes.
What's the question? Y'all ready to leave me on this question? But I'll put the questions.
All right.
Yes.
Is he free to leave the premises, y'all call him today, or you go back, be available for call back, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm getting used.
Sidebar number 6. Hey, Leah. How everyone? Boy, it's been a busy day. First chance to check like number 5, by the way. Thanks, Leah.
Ben Douglas is gonna take a long time, I anticipate.
Long game. What's the party? Where we stand on lunch anyway? Anybody know? I don't know. We got 20. We got anything we can do for 25 minutes? Tell some jokes or anything?
Are you kidding me, Judge?
I think he's coming over right now.
I'm gonna let y'all come back to your just 1 minute. We're gonna get started on this anyway.
The lunch just.
Never mind. Let's just shut up anyway. Court's gonna be in recess until 12:40. But the media stick around for just a second.
Why did Charlie Adelson get stuck up there? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, there we go. Hello, Leah. So I'm kind of doing 2 things at once here. Streaming this from the beginning because I want to see what's going on, but I've also got the trial as of this moment running on my TV, but muted, and I'm reading the chat. And I think we're all going to be, if chat is not just one-sided, we're going to be quite shocked here in a bit. It's
When you say one-sided, which side are you talking about? Which side does it seem
well,
like they're? Oh, okay.
I'm-
Okay.
I'm not gonna ruin it.
Okay. I got
Because
it.
I want to get your in chat's reaction to it, because mine was like, oh,
Okay.
okay.
We'll wait for it.
But so I'm gonna obviously speed through lunch, guys, because we're not gonna wait the whole hour for them to come back
Yeah.
from
The
lunch.
joy of not watching it like exactly at the time that they're running it, because we can skip over these boring lunches.
Yeah, skip over the boring stuff.
And so how many sidebars are we at now? 6?
6 sidebars.
Okay. I'm trying to talk to you.
Now, at some point, I'm gonna put us back to 1.25. Oh, sorry, I went to the wrong one. Because I've been doing 1.5 for a minute.
If y'all Me and Kim, if you'll come up. No, we don't need to.
Oh, 7 sidebars.
Jeez.
So this is right after lunch. I put us back down to 1.25 because I want to make sure we don't 100% catch up, because so we started at 1. It's 3. So we're 2 hours in. They started at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. We've taken 5 hours down to 2.
Yeah, because most of it is sidebars, breaks, and lunch.
Mm-hmm. So that's nice to take 5 hours down to 2 hours. I think that's what we should do for this trial for the rest of it.
Yeah, I think in this courtroom, that's going to work best. We're not just sitting here for 9 hours watching sidebars.
Yeah, I will be joining remotely tomorrow because I have to work tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I will be here.
But I figure it felt like National Narcissist Week this week, right, Patricia?
Hi,
Oh,
Patricia.
I've told everybody else, Patricia, but tonight at 8, I'm going to be doing a review on Melody, because that truly blew my mind today. It truly blew my mind. And I thought nobody could outdo Sarah Boone. Irene says, I appreciate you covering it like this. I think this is the best way because, like I said, 4 hours or 5 hours down to 2 hours.
What about Gwen? Or Miss?
Yeah. Hey, Paul. So that's one of the worst things I've ever heard come from a mother. Yeah. I don't know how Scott sat there. I honestly
Tell her
don't.
to God. Tell her to
Hey,
God.
Paul.
Coming over from my office.
Okay. Mr. Wages, y'all get that matter resolved that we were discussing yesterday, not related to this matter? 1 o'clock? Downstairs, okay. I'm not coming. Okay. And hey, Mr. Wages, I advise council officers to take any actions I took.
I know I was
Start over
frozen in
from
shock.
scratch, okay?
Patricia, I couldn't believe it. I was kind of glad I wasn't on live because I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God. Mississippi. Mississippi language, Paul. He's a Mississippi judge that sits on the bench and picks his nose and eats it. It's disgusting. I'm sure I am going back and I'm going to screenshot him doing that. I think I'll make that the getting chilly here, +3, but feels colder. Oh, Leah, it's cold here today. I just didn't want to go to work because it was so cold. We thought Melody was a narcissist, but today she proved herself to be a psychopath. Yep.
All right, let's start back on time after lunch tomorrow. If somebody needs a place in the courtroom to meet during lunch, we'll find a place.
And you know
okay?
the thing is,
Is everybody ready?
Scott will
It's
never
up
be
to
able to
jury.
do this.
You have your witness lined up, your witness, okay? Okay.
There will always be people out there doubting him. And we did get lots of snow. It's -3 today. I shoveled the driveway 4 times. Well, my driveway, my 2 neighbors, 4 times yesterday.
I hope y'all had a good lunch. Y'all may have noticed me consulting the Oxford Historic Preservation District about window shade. And we haven't heard back from them about whether we've got the appropriate window shade. For the temporary, we're going to use this black plastic, okay? Make it have y'all viewing and temperature better. Well, just no one had any problems with the court discussed the case. That being said, who would the state call as its next witness?
At this time, the state called Ben Douglas.
Ben Douglas?
Yes.
All right, come around, Mr. Douglas. Meet me with
Oh, I know the feeling of your birth mother hating you. I know that feeling well. And I don't wish it on anybody. Like, Scott's got to live with that and the knowledge that the world, some people doubt.
Please state your name to the jury.
My name is Benjamin Douglas.
And how are you employed?
I work for the University of Mississippi Police Department. I'm currently on assignment to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics.
And what's your rank?
I'm a sergeant,
Okay. So Sergeant Douglas, how long have you worked for the University Police Department?
approximately 6 years.
And you just said that you do, you're on loan to Metro. Explain that.
I'm on assignment, so
Okay,
I've
what's that
been
mean?
assigned to Lafayette County Metro Narcotics. So I have a time frame that I'm not working at UPD every single day. So right now I'm working for Lafayette County Metro every single day. It's a task force for the entirety of Lafayette County for specifically narcotics cases.
So let me take you back to July 2022. Were you working with the University Police Department at that time?
I was the detective sergeant.
And did you become involved in the case investigation into the disappearance of Jay Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, how did University Police Department become, well, tell me what you did. How'd you become involved?
So on the night of July 9th, I received a phone call at 8 o'clock from Lieutenant Carradine. She asked me to come to the University of Mississippi Police Department to assist with a welfare concern that was ongoing. Jimmy J. Lee had not been heard from by his parents for an extended period of time, and they called for welfare concern. At the university, we do welfare concerns pretty often. They call if a parent is worried about the kid, they'll ask us to go and just check on them. And so we go to Campus Walk, or an officer went to Campus Walk and attempted to make contact with Jimmy J. Lee on the night of July 8th. They were unable to make contact. They found his door ajar. They went in, didn't find anything, didn't find him there, didn't see anything disheveled. So they just secured the door and left. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day. They tried to make contact with him throughout the next day, but were unable to. And so around 5 o'clock-ish, Lieutenant Carradine was called and asked to come to the police department. And at around 8 o'clock, she called me.
Okay, so
Agreed.
once
I
you
sent
became involved,
Carradine.
what did you do?
When I got there at 8 o'clock, I went
Just to be
to
clear, what date was this again?
July 9th.
Okay, so when you became involved on July 9th around 8, continue on.
On July 9th, whenever I got there around 8 o'clock, I was informed that they had done a single ping on Jay Lee's phone. but that they hadn't done any further pings, any further, trying to get location data off the phone tracker.
Before you go any further, explain, when you say,
Object to this as far as the ping information at this time, this predicate's too late for it.
I stand objection.
could you explain what a ping is? Is that what you're referring to? You said you did a single ping. Could you explain like what that is?
So your phone connects to cell towers. Those cell towers give location data associated with when your phone connects to them. And then it gives a basically a margin of error as to where it could be. Where the phone could be.
We talked about this pre-trial as to whether or not you particular witness.
At this point, I'm gonna limit the testimony until we have further discussion about whether they recorded any pings or not, okay? And then we'll probably have some more discussion, but I'm gonna let you talk about whether any pings were received or not.
Thank you.
I wanted to hear, I couldn't hear Your Honor very well. What was
I'm gonna
the,
let you talk about whether any pings were received
Okay.
at this time, and we'll have a further discussion
Okay.
before we get any deeper in that, okay?
okay. So you're explaining that it connects to cell towers and within a margin of error. I'm not sure, I know, what does margin of error mean?
It's basically like, we're gonna tell you this, we're gonna give you this latitude and longitude on a piece of paper.
Limit the testimony this time to whether or not any pings
Oh,
were
were
received on this phone. as well.
Okay, when you are going to get a ping, what information do you provide?
When I'm gonna go get a ping, I give the phone number. So I call AT&T Global Legal Demand Center. When I call them, they ask, I tell them that it's an exigent circumstance, I explain the circumstance to them, and I provide them a phone number, and they will send back a ping on the phone.
So tell me, what phone number did you provide?
I provided Jay Lee's phone number, which is 601-622-2553.
And how did you know Jay Lee's phone number?
We have regular access to student phone numbers through the student access portal, the SAP system.
The SAP system?
So
Oh, that's the student access
the
portal.
so whenever students enroll at the University of Mississippi, they give data to the university. Part of that data is of cell phone addresses, things like that. The university keeps those records so that they're able to contact their students.
And did you all receive any ping data?
Whenever I called initially, I did not receive a ping. Well, they sent me an email that said that the phone was an AT&T phone and was there, but there was no location data associated with the ping. While I was talking with the AT&T, the person at the Global Legal Demand Center, he told me that it seemed that the phone had been inactive for too long, and so there was no location data associated with it. So I asked him if there was any way for us to get any historic pings through exigent circumstance. And so he provided me with historic pings on Jay Lee's phone from 12:17 a.m. on July 8th to 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
Before you go any further, when you say exigent circumstances, explain what that means for anybody who might not understand.
So an exigent circumstance is just an emergency. Him being missing, it could be any number of things that have happened to him. And so because there's an emergency circumstance, we need to be able to get in contact with him because someone else is concerned or has a reason for concern. We do not have to get a search warrant in that moment. We are able to get it through exigency.
So here you were able to, you did receive pings, you said from July 8th from 12:17 a.m. until 7:28 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
This is a.
Exactly, Patricia. I think Melody Ferris and my mother are sisters.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay. Sergeant Douglas, look through that and tell me, do you recognize that as the exigent circumstances ping data that you received? I believe you said July 9th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
And yes, ma'am, this is it.
okay. And has it been altered in any way since you received it on July 9th?
No.
Okay. and it accurately represents what you received.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this time, I'd like to have it marked for identification purposes only.
Will be S-22. Will be marked for ID. Oh, just,
Yes. All right, thank you. So you have a copy up here. Okay. So from those pings that you received, were you able to develop any leads in that data?
The final two pings that we received were at 7:28:27 a.m.
Concept of the question, objective.
I'm not sure I understood the question anyway, so I'm gonna let her repeat the question. And
I
then-
said, were you able to develop any leads from that data that you received?
Answer yes or no, then we'll go from there.
Yes.
Okay, and were you, from those leads, you said it's to find the phone's location. Were you able to develop where the phone could have possibly been between those hours for Jay Lee?
We were able to get multiple pings over the course of this time between 12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. Some of those pings,
What, between when and when?
12:17 a.m. and 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
12:17.
12:17 a.m. to 7:28 a.m.
Okay,
I figure it's gonna be important later, so I won't get it right this time anyway.
and was there anything from what you know about the investigation on July 9th, was there anything you said, when did the phone, you said they told you the phone was no longer transmitting. When did it stop transmitting?
The final ping was 7:28:27 a.m. on July 8th.
Okay, so would it be important for you to find out where it was when it stopped?
Yes,
Okay, and why would that be important?
because people always have their phone on them. They travel with their phone in their pocket. We also, well, later on in the investigation, we determined that he had his phone whenever he left his apartment.
Okay, so when you receive this data, what is it that you receive? Like, what actually is it?
It's a series of latitudes and longitudes that
Hi.
also have a timestamp and like I said, a margin of error, an area that they mark it as location accuracy, accurate location.
I'm going to ask Jerry to start walking off the line and go back to the jury room, okay?
Should have counted how many times the jury left.
Three times.
3 times so far?
Yeah, 3 times that I've caught, because that's what I've been keeping track of.
Okay. I'll keep track of sidebars.
But I'll hear you on your objection.
Similar to the same objection, the witnesses in the courtroom, you have to step out.
Come on.
Witnesses in the courtroom, we ask the witness to be excused during argument.
All right, that's fair enough. If you would, don't discuss your testimony if anyone, if you would just return back to outside there.
That's the first we've seen this.
All right, I believe the witnesses, Ron, you can state your record. State your objection.
Two things. First of all, before any testimony that could come into play as far as the, not necessarily latitude and longitude, but the range of location of the, within certain areas of the ping where it would be location wise, that has to be done by an expert, first of all. That's what we talked about in written. I think the court indicated at that time that before they got any further than latitude and longitude, they would have to have an expert to testify to that, or indicated at that point when we were in written. Second thing is, under the Fleming case, and you follow Smith behind it, at one time, right now, he can only testify to what he received, and the documents are to be interpreted, and he can say, I received this information, and the purpose of that was to determine whether or not lat and long on it, he can plot that, and that's basically it, Your Honor. Not testify about anything other than that. Fleming and Smith are just-
I'm familiar with Fleming. Are you saying that under Fleming, the witness, your opinion of Fleming, that witness can testify as to latitude and longitude?
If he's qualified to do so, Your Honor, he can testify and plot out those points as to Latin law. He cannot go any further than that as to whether or not it's within any particular range, footage or anything like that from a person, from a location, or anything like that, or tower. It cannot be specificity say where that phone is. Now, this witness is not qualified to do that.
All right.
Can I respond?
Y'all, you through, Mr. Tolan? I won't cut you off. And I may want to reread him.
Second thing, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
It hasn't been addressed or marked as an exhibit yet, but I understand, I think we need to go ahead and address it while the jury is out, that I think the state is anticipating trying to get a certificate of authenticity on these records that was submitted to us last night, I think 4:45 by email. That certificate of authenticity, had it been produced earlier, would only allow a witness qualified to do so to testify about some of the long information and how it relates to particular locations and the range that he was attempting to talk about before we cut him off. That's an untimely 902 11C2 certificate. We got it yesterday, and we would object to any admissibility of any documents for the purpose of either that record of authenticity certificate or any other AT&T documents coming into evidence that would represent to the jury any particular information about within where the location of persons, locations of cell towers, or locations of whether or not what the margin of error was for the location of the particular ping location, if that makes sense to you, Judge.
I'm familiar with your argument, and I'm going to listen to the state, and I'm probably going to take a minute and look at Fleming's again, okay?
Yes. Your Honor, I didn't actually.
Now, let me ask before you get into your argument, so we know what we're arguing about. What testimony do you anticipate eliciting from this particular witness?
Just latitude and longitude. I actually wasn't, when we spoke about it, we didn't talk about margin of error. I actually am not attempting to ever introduce it into evidence. It's just marked for ID because it's just being used to show how he developed investigative leads. It's all leading somewhere.
Are you going to limit this witness testimony to latitude and longitudes pings during this 7-hour or so time frame?
Yes, Your Honor, but I would also, yeah, that is what I'm going to do. And I would point the court to the Collins case, which I don't know.
Let me, before you start that, as I understand it, the defense does not have any objections to latitude and longitude information if it stops there with this witness?
That's basic, as long as he's already testified, Your Honor, this identifies where a person is. They cannot say that clearly under Fleming. They cannot testify that the person's with the phone.
I'll be limited to
Latin
whatever it is, where
Latin
the phone, latitude and longitude of a phone.
of the phone. That's what clearly what Fleming says. And Your Honor, I guess I'm not.
Can I respond?
Hold on one second. Mr. Douglas was provided in the 1121 discovery disclosure. I will say none of his testimony or summary of any of these statements were provided to us that he would be giving this type of testimony. Based on the discovery violation, we would object to that as well. I understand that I'm making the same discovery responses. His name was provided in discovery, but his testimony that he was going to provide Latin long information at trial is nowhere in any of the discovery material. Okay? I want to be clear on that.
I understand. I'm going to.
Notwithstanding that objection, if the court overrules that, the law is clear that he can testify he received the phone records and phone records have Latin long.
Did the defense receive this latitude and longitude information in discovery?
We received, again, Your Honor, you got to understand, we received that information. There's no association to Ben Douglas anywhere in it, other than the fact that he received it. Not that he was going to, as far as the Latin law.
The defense received the information that in discovery that Ben Douglas received latitude and longitude information
In April of 23 on that particular information.
Okay. I'm going to overrule your discovery violation objection. And now if the state is attempting to only introduce latitude and longitude information through this particular witness, is there an objection to that?
No.
All right, is that what if you're going farther, I need to know it, but.
I want to clarify, when you say latitude and longitude information, you mean he's going to say where that latitude and longitude points to? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Somebody let me look at Fleming and see if,
I have the Collins case, which I wanted to provide to the
All right,
court.
I'd like to hear that.
Okay, thank you.
It doesn't, I don't think it takes a lot of a rocket scientist to coordinate latitude and longitude, if they have that, to a spot on Earth anyway, but go ahead.
That's all he was going to do, coordinate latitude and longitude. And we were going to introduce it, we're not introducing it, just ID only to show how he went along with the investigation. That's all he was gonna do. And then he was gonna coordinate it and say, this was here, this was here. We weren't talking about.
Let's just say that latitude and longitude latitude is X and longitude is Y. Do you anticipate saying latitude is X and longitude is Y? Y is around so-and-so apartments, around.
No, it wasn't gonna say so-and-so apartments. It was gonna say, he was gonna say, where's my note?
Judge, let me clear up what I'm saying. I want to make sure everybody understands. That log says that's where that ping location is. It doesn't really tell you, it says where the ping is from the phone. There is a range where that phone could be. He can only say that that ping is coming from that location. He cannot say that's where the phone is. He can't say that's where the person was, or he can't say what the range was, what the phone was within that range. He can say, yeah, they sent me this
I'm
information.
going to let him say that the latitude and the longitude for this particular ping, that where that latitude and that longitude cross is in a certain place in Fayette County, Mississippi.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, that's
His
what.
testimony can only be that the ping information that he got. He cannot testify that that phone was at that location, just the ping information.
I'm going to allow that. I'm not going to let him, this particular witness, expose opinions on how close that may be, what's the margin of error and things like that. I don't think he has that in his
His
expertise.
testimony cannot include language that says that's where the phone was. The ping represents where the phone was. That's not
I
that.
think that would be a correct statement. This witness can testify as the information he received, that the latitude and longitude of the ping would direct you to a particular, I assume in Lafayette County, particular spot in Lafayette County, Mississippi. And go from there.
He can
That's all we were
testify
going
that there is a margin of error, but he can't tell anybody what it is.
I'll let him do that.
I didn't ask him about a margin of error, Your Honor.
He was trying to volunteer it whether you asked it or not, anyway. So
That's all we're planning on getting into.
I think we know where we stand anyway.
Thank you.
Somebody, Nancy, would you grab our witness for us?
They need Corbett.
No, I'm saying. Oh, sorry. I'm probably gonna need that again for today, so.
That's all
All
right.
right. You got plenty, thank you.
Can we instruct the witness beforehand?
What's that now?
Can I have a moment to instruct the witness regarding what he's not supposed to say?
Yes, please do.
Shouldn't be done in private. She should be at the mic doing it.
Yeah, okay. Well, the jury coming in, I want y'all to be getting y'all's thoughts together on scheduling over the course of the next few days anyway. When we're gonna work, when we're not gonna work, and that kind of thing. Your thoughts on it, not what we're gonna do, but your thoughts on it anyway. You ain't got no insurance, don't fall. All right, you may resume your direct examination.
I believe where we left off, Sergeant Douglas, is when was the Jaylee's phone stopped transmitting, or you couldn't no longer receive pings?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was at 7:28 a.m. on July 8th.
And you received latitude and longitude information in the from the phone AT&T, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for the last location of the ping, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were the last two locations, the ping locations?
The last two locations, the 7:28 a.m. ping, the 7:28:27 a.m. ping was was near Stone Park and the
Johnny,
728.
we talked about that, Johnny, you can give latitude as long as you own it.
I'm gonna let him, I think he can testify as to where that latitude and longitude intersect on the earth.
As to the ping on.
I don't know exactly what,
Same thing.
so I think you're saying ping. You limit your testimony to where the ping came from, okay? I think that's what you did. Go ahead.
Yes, so the ping, the direct ping, the last two pings, the 7:28:27 a.m. ping on July 8th is near Stone Park, which is across from the Oxford Police Department. And the 7:28:26 a.m. ping is near Residential College South, which is at the intersection of Gertrude Ford and Jackson Avenue. So in relation to,
Well, I'll ask, how far is Molly Bar Trails from Stone Park?
approximately half a mile,
And how far is Molly Bar Trails from Residential College South?
approximately 1.5 miles.
Now, you said you were doing this because, Jelly was missing, it was an emergency, and we're hoping to find him, as people usually keep their cell phones. What did you all do? The phone was off, or wait, before I get into that, you said they told you it stopped transmitting. Did that mean it was off? What did that mean?
It could be off, it could be broken. It's just not transmitting to cell towers anymore. So
Okay.
the cell tower is not receiving anything.
Okay, so it was just not there anymore. Okay, so how did your investigation proceed forward beyond the pings?
So after the pings, we continued looking for, the University Police Department continued to look for Jay Lee, look for his vehicle, look for things that we knew were associated with him. Then on July 10th, Lieutenant Carradine conducted an interview with Jose Reyes. I sat in on that interview. After that interview, I wrote a search warrant for Jay Lee's apartment.
Okay, did you actually go to the search warrant while it was being executed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I believe we've already sort of heard testimony regarding that. So following the search warrant on July 10th, had Jay Lee been found?
No, he had not.
So what were the next steps for you in your investigation?
Next steps were, I filed an exigency request with both Apple and Google. So I filed an exigency request with Apple for information associated with Jay Lee's Apple iCloud. We didn't have his phone at this point, but Apple iCloud is integral to iPhones, and we knew that Jay Lee had an iPhone. We also knew Jay Lee's Gmail account, and so we sent an exigency to see if that Gmail account was associated with his iCloud account.
So tell me, what was your purpose for sending these two exigency requests? Like, why did you do that in the investigation?
We wanted to see if they had location data that they would send us in the immediately, like just immediately, because we were trying to find him. We also wanted to see if anybody had called him, if anybody had texted him. We were trying to just get generalized information that would help us find Jay Lee, find where he was at, if we could.
And at this point in the investigation, did you have any information that you believe would make that relevant?
Can you repeat that question?
At this point in the investigation, did you have any information from witnesses or footage that would make that relevant, or anything?
Yes. Other officers had spoken with Khalid Fears. Khalid had told them that he was on the phone with Jay Lee the night that he went missing, that he was about to go to a hookup with someone that he had previously blocked.
And did you have an opportunity to view any footage that might have corroborated that?
Yes, I saw campus walk video footage of Jay Lee leaving his apartment. He leaves the apartment on his phone, and the door doesn't close all the way behind him, just the same way that officers found it whenever they arrived.
And did you later get a search warrant? Or, well, let me approach. May I approach, Your Honor? May I approach? I should show you that.
She's asked to approach.
Or may I approach the
You know,
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the Apple iCloud exigency form.
Okay, is that what you received when you requested this back? I believe you said July 10th.
This is what I sent
Oh,
to
this is what
Apple
you sent. Okay,
to receive information back.
okay. And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to have the believe the Apple exigency marked for ID.
All right, for ID purposes, fine. S-23. Is that the warrant or the return?
This is just the, what he requested, witness request. Sergeant Douglas, did you at all follow up on, I believe you said something to Apple and to Google. Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we received the exigencies, but we eventually write search warrants for the information associated with Jay Lee's Apple iCloud account and his Gmail account.
Okay. And when you received, did you receive information back from either of those?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay. And you don't have to ask every time. I don't think they're gonna fight or anything.
Big stack. Excellent, Dr. Booth. This was.
Oh, you're right, Patricia, he does.
Full search warrant. This was the. Everybody good over there? Apple search warrant on JV's, for JV's iCloud, I believe. Yes. This is the Apple for his iCloud. And then. Hold on a second. I didn't. Sergeant Douglas, you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, ma'am. This is the search warrant for Jay Lee's Apple ID information,
Okay.
or iCloud information, excuse me.
Is it the return?
No, this is the physical search warrant for the Apple iCloud.
Okay. Yes, I'm just gonna do return. And is that in a substantially similar condition as when you submitted it?
Yes, it is.
And has it been changed in any way?
No, ma'am, it is not.
All right, at this time, I'd like to have it marked for identification.
In the Apple iCloud return,
Search
warrant said, of return.
just the IDs.
This S-24 is next. Is that the iCloud return or the iCloud warrant? Okay.
And you received information back from the Apple return and when you, from the search warrant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell me what relevant information did you receive?
We found a phone number inside of the return that returned to Tim Harrington.
Let me.
Anybody know any good jokes?
So. I think I accidentally put one down. Okay.
sometimes this work is tedious, I'll say that.
Sergeant Douglas, oh,
I couldn't read it. He read it.
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what are the two things I handed you?
You handed me Apple message logs from the search warrant and a note that I found when going through the iCloud note data.
Does that accurately reflect two of the items that you received back to the Apple search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
And has it been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to enter those two items, the message logs he just referred to and the note from JD's iCloud account into evidence.
Message log, and the other thing was,
A note, I got a note, and I'll let you explain.
Some people already
So the
have
note
permission
has,
to
when
convict.
going through Jaylee's
This is
iCloud account, there's a lot of
insane.
information, a lot of data. One of the things that iCloud stores
were
is your
witness
notes.
for
So whenever you take a note on your
too
phone
long.
in the Notes app, it's stored in Apple iCloud. Whenever we were going through those notes, we found a
Isn't
note,
that so
just like
particular?
many people do, where he started writing down passwords associated with certain things. One of those things was Snapchat. We found a note that specifically said Snapchat and then had passwords written out next to it. And so we, when we found that, we downloaded the note, printed it off so that we would be able to access the Snapchat at some point.
Okay, at this time, I would have it, the note and the message log moved into evidence.
is that a composite S-25, both are two different items?
I would do a composite, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Not that way, my previous objection, but as far as this
Okay.
point, I know.
Previous, you know, all right, is that S-25, two documents? S-25, yeah. All right, we'll be at meeting.
If I was a witness in this courtroom, I would be asleep. I'd be tapping my fingers, everything. These lawyers are so boring. Yeah. She's being generous, calling everything evidence in this case.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may.
Okay. So Sergeant Douglas, you just testified about a phone number that was related to Tim Harrington that you received.
We'll stipulate to the phone number, work it out in the courtroom.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Still has the same number. Still has the same number. Okay. So without saying what Tim Harrington's actual phone number is, just B, I would like you to look at, is it showing on your screen?
Nobody's
He needs to sit still.
in all likelihood, if it'll probably be shown to the world. Don't show these phone numbers on the media. if you can.
Why don't they redact their stuff?
Sergeant Douglas, are you able to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And remind us again, this was from Jaylee's Apple search warrant, like the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you highlighted 2 times. What are those times?
In Central Time, they're going to be 2:54 a.m.
You
in
said,
Central Standard.
you said in Central Time. When you received this, what time was it in?
I believe PDT is Pacific.
And our time zone is Central.
Central. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this time would indicate what time again?
2:54 a.m.
Okay, and at 2:54 a.m., you said the phone number, which they have stipulated is Tim Harrington's phone number. What were you able to determine happened from Jaylee's account regarding Tim Harrington's phone number?
It received some form of message from that phone number.
Could you tell what kind?
No, ma'am, there wasn't any data associated with the message. It was just, it returned an iMessage return, so we assume it's an iMessage.
And the next thing you received, and I won't show this either, is passwords account to Jaylee's accounts, like different social medias.
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that important?
At this time, we had not received a return from Snapchat, but we also knew that Jaylee used Snapchat quite often because we had talked to Khalid Fears and he spoke about how he would talk to Jaylee on Snapchat. we wanted to know who all he was communicating with on Snapchat. We also wanted to see if there was any sort of data that could help us find him, see if there was some sort of message on Snapchat that showed where he had gone or where he was going or what he had done. We were trying to, whenever we found that password, what we were able to do is we were able to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat as though we were Jay Lee himself.
So you actually use that password to log into Jay Lee's Snapchat account?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did you discover anything?
So in Snapchat, you're able to go into your settings as a user and you're able to download your own data. And so we went into it and we downloaded the data of Jay Lee's Snapchat account as though we were the user of, or the owner of the account. Whenever we downloaded that data, we were able to look at received messages. We weren't able to see the messages that Jay Lee had sent, but we were able to see the messages that Jay Lee had received.
What?
In those messages, we found texts in the time frame that Jay Lee had left his apartment that sounded as though he was going to meet somebody that he already met. Messages like "come back."
And you said, were you able to see what user was sending those?
Yes, the username was redeye_24.
And you said around the time he was leaving. What time was that? I'm sorry, around the time Jay Lee was leaving?
Around the time that Jay Lee was leaving.
Yeah, what time was that?
Would have been around 5 a.m.-ish.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. I actually couldn't hear you, but you can review your notes if you need to. Actually, may I?
I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm unable
actually-
to remember exact
May
times.
you said around the time he was leaving. Your Honor, I'm showing the witness what has previously been introduced into evidence as S5. I'll just put this out. I don't know login. I can't see my mouse. Oh, it's showing on there.
The first one.
I was afraid.
You know, I would think the jury is getting so bored. Like it's not moving. There's not a momentum to any of these witnesses. It's just dragged out, boring. I would start shutting my brain off.
You know the notebooks, like their little note things that they have? I wonder how many of them are like writing Patricia's limericks or writing little just anything to keep themselves entertained. Patricia, do you have a limerick today?
It was messages between 5:30 and 6 a.m.
Judge is cracking a Coke.
So it's not. Yeah, I think you just had to wait for it to roll.
And this is sped up, guys.
It looks weird.
This isn't how, this isn't friends. No. Oh, is it?
Tell Jeremy the time frame.
I'm trying to go to last time we did this.
This is absolutely ridiculous. Tricia says, when the info on a case is coming in less than linear way, one can't keep up with the facts. Exactly.
Yes. Sergeant Douglas, are you able to see State's Exhibit 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you previously viewed this?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's accurate. This represents the last time Jay Lee was seen leaving his campus walk apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time was that around?
5:58 a.m.
And you were saying that you, from the logging into the Snapchat, you were able to see that messages from a Red Eye, username Red Eye, and what did it appear was happening around this time when he was walking out?
They were saying, come over.
Okay. And why was that important to you, that you saw around the time he was leaving, you see messages from a Red Eye saying, come over?
Well, Khalid Fears had previously testified that, or had previously told us that he was going to meet up with someone for a hookup. So someone that he had blocked. So we assumed that whoever he was going over to.
Hello,
was to come over,
Francesca.
could potentially be the same person that Khalid was talking about.
Welcome to Crime and Coffee.
And was there any other information in the Snapchat account that you thought was relevant or to a lead?
Yes, there was location information inside of the Snapchat account.
Other than the location information, we won't be getting into that, regarding accounts that may have been blocked or anything of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. Under blocked accounts, there was an account with the username Tim Harrington.
And why was this significant?
Because Khalid had said that he was going to someone who he had previously blocked.
So at this time, what did you all do, or what did you do?
At this time, whenever we finished reading the messages, we got a subpoena to Snapchat to get the user information associated, or the subscriber information associated with the Red Eye _24 account.
And were you, when you sent that subpoena, did you receive any information back?
Yes, the subscriber information revealed a phone number. That phone number was a Google Voice number. It returned to bandwidth.com was the individual that owned the domain for the phone number. That phone number was a Google Voice number. So we sent an exigency request to Google to get subscriber information associated with that Google Voice number.
So before you go on, I want to make sure that we're all understanding. Was this was a phone number that was associated with a website, and that website was connected to Google?
So Google has a thing called Google Voice, where you can have a Google phone number. And so it was a Google Voice number.
Oh, so it would be accurate to say that the phone number is connected to a website, but it was like whoever owned the website, or that was their Google Voice number.
You could rent out or like subscribe and have that phone number given to you via Google, just like you would do with any other mobile carrier.
And when you did that, I believe you said it went to a Google Voice number. Were you able to determine anything that was connected to, like the Google Voice number?
Yes, we got a Gmail account that was dirt2, the number 2, dirt2diamonds podcast @gmail.com. Whenever we Googled Dirt to Diamonds podcast, we found a video of Sheldon Timothy Harrington interviewing somebody.
Your Honor, may I approach? I apologize. I'm not gonna ask.
You can always approach him guys over there. Right?
Like I said the other day, anybody that's in true crime could be honestly, if somebody was to go through my computer, they'd probably think I was some kind of evil monster. Without having context, they would think I'm just the worst of the worst.
Sergeant Douglas, do you recognize what I'm handing you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the part of the return that you received when you sent the search warrant to Snapchat for the subscriber information of Red Eye 24?
This is from the subpoena.
Oh, for the subpoena, I apologize. The subpoena for the subscriber information for Red Eye 24. And you sort of have already gone through it. That was connected to ultimately Dirt to Diamonds, and you Googled that, and it was podcast, right?
That same Google Voice number had a recovery phone number that was also Timothy Harrington's.
Oh, so you said that it had a
It had a
phone number?
recovery phone number, so a phone number, if you lose your password, it sends a code to your phone so you can get a new one. It had a recovery phone number associated with, that was Timothy Harrington's phone number.
So it was the same Timothy Harrington's phone number that we previously stipulated, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, and at this time, Your Honor, I would move into evidence the subscriber information from the Red Eye 24 account.
Which one is, which exhibit is that?
I think it's S26.
S 26? So that, what we call them? Has it been identified?
He identified it as what he received.
He
that.
identified, did it get a number assigned to it? I didn't think so.
Oh, I got
All right,
it.
let's, pass it down, to be marked as S 26, and then I'll hear if you any objections.
No, I have no further objections as far as 90211 stuff that we talked about. I just want to make sure that the Detective Douglas looks through all those documents, make sure we don't have any biographical information.
All right, y'all look through that, make sure we don't have any of that, but,
Yeah, right. And that I was, I agree, Patricia. Anybody that's in true crime, your computer is dangerous to you. And that I was stalking members of a victim's family. It's horrible. Without context.
And she's taking everything out that need, I think we
we're
agree.
referring this as a Snapchat return, is that?
It's the subscriber information for Red Eye 24 account.
Hey,
Any objections?
Claudia.
No, previously not, no.
No, no.
All right, be admitted.
We have it sped up this time, Claudia. We started late.
If you look at my Google search, I look like a serial unaliver.
You're exactly.
So at this time, you received that return and kind of give us an overview of what happened. This was the Red Eye account when you logged into Jay's Snapchat that was actually chatting back and forth with him.
Yes, ma'am. This was Red Eye _24, the account that he was using to speak to Jay Lee that night.
And at this time, when Jay was leaving, one of the messages that you could see from Red Eye appeared to be inviting him over.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that coincided when Jay was leaving his apartment at 5:58.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this point in the investigation, what day did that happen?
That was July 20th.
Okay. Did anything?
So we logged into his Snapchat on July 20th. We got the subpoena on July 21st.
Okay. So anything else of relevance happened on July 21st?
On July 21st, we also received video footage from Rockets of a white Kia picking up the individual that had run down from Molly Bar Trails.
And who was driving that white Kia? Did your investigation reveal that?
The investigation did reveal that. So on July 22nd, the PD had been looking for just all day for that white Kia, seeing if they could find it. UPD found it at Campus Walk on the morning of the 22nd. A traffic stop was initiated on that vehicle, and Keziah Carter was identified as the driver.
So did Keziah Carter identify who he picked up on July 8th?
Yes, during the interview, he identified Tim Harrington as the individual that he had picked up on July 8th.
So at this point in the investigation, what did you all do what did you all do?
So because we had Keziah picking up Tim running down from Molly Bar Trails, because we had the Red Eye 24 messages saying, come over, because we were able to ID Red Eye 24 as Tim Harrington, we decided that it was best to go and speak to Tim Harrington.
And you said it's the 21st or 22nd? What time, what day is it? July?
This was the
It's
22nd.
exactly,
Okay.
need context.
You said that the footage of Tim Harrington running from Molly Bar Trails, that Keziah picked him up. Why was Molly Bar Trails important?
Because Malabar Trails is where Jay Lee's car had been found.
And were you aware of anything about when Jelly's car entered Molly Bar Trails?
I watched the video at some point, but I'm not aware of the exact timeframes of each one of them.
But you know that it was video Keziah picked him up coming from there.
Yes.
Okay, so you said you all decided at that point to that you need to speak with him. Was this all in accordance also with information you had heard from Khalid Fears in the investigation?
It all stemmed back to Khalid Fears had spoken about someone that he had blocked, that Jay Lee had blocked, someone that he was going to meet for a hookup, and the messages have come over. So we believe, so it just added to believing that we needed to go speak with Tim Harrington.
And I believe earlier you stated when you reviewed Jay Lee's block list, when y'all accessed his account, Tim Harrington, the name that was under the block.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually participate in that interview of Tim Harrington?
I did not.
So where were you that day? What was going on?
That day, I was at OPD still reviewing data and getting the search warrants for the redeye_24 Snapchat account.
So tell me more now about that. You said you wrote a search warrant for the redeye_24 Snapchat account.
So I wrote a warrant for the redeye_24 search Snapchat account.
Okay. And why did you do that?
We wanted to get any information that was associated with that Snapchat account.
The first thing you did was you sent a subpoena for Red Eye for subscriber information.
I'd just like him to answer. I hadn't objected a lot of leading. I know this is technical stuff.
I haven't asked the question. I haven't asked the question yet.
Don't we lead your witnessing? Try to be cognizant of it, okay?
So at this time, you previously talked about getting a subpoena for the subscriber information of Red Eye 24. Why did you get a warrant also for the Snapchat full information of Red Eye 24? Why did you do that?
Well, all we got was subscriber information. We didn't get messages or other data that was associated with the account. And we wanted as much information from that account as we could possibly get.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, I apologize.
He'll run you off from over there if he don't want you, so I'll let y'all worry about that.
Sorry, I'm so used to saying that. I'm gonna take out this stuff.
There's so many lulls. Oh.
Oh, that's your copy. Sergeant.
I agree, Claudia, 100%.
Recognize what I handed you.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is the search warrant for the redeye_24 and Tim Harrington account.
The one that you received on what date?
The one that I got
Oh, sorry,
signed.
the way that you, sorry, the one you drafted and sent off on what
I
date?
had signed on the 22nd. I got it drafted and sent off. I received the information from it on the 5th.
At this time, I would need to mark this for ID, which is the search warrant for the Red Eye 24 account.
Be marked for ID.
Leave that as ID.
One would think if you were testifying at a trial, you would
Snapchat.
SWAT up
Yes,
before you got
Snapchat
there.
for the Red Eye.
I agree.
So Sergeant Douglas, you were saying that you got information back from this warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you got that information back, what was the purpose again of why you wanted to get
We
this
already
information?
had one side of the conversation, but we wanted both sides of the conversation
Between who?
between Jay Lee Snapchat and Red Eye _24 Tim Harrington Snapchat.
Well, is this going to change our mind? Is this going to make us think differently? Who knows?
Sergeant Douglas, you recognize what I just handed you.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And what is that?
These are screenshots from the Excel spreadsheet that have all the conversations between Sucker for Jay, which is Jay Lee Snapchat, and Red Eye _24, which is Tim Harrington Snapchat.
And is it the same as when you received it?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I would move to mark for identification purposes the conversations between the Red Eye 24
Yeah,
account,
I agree.
Jay and Jay Lee's account.
Right, ID on it.
Yes, for ID.
Be 28. Okay. All right, be marked.
To all the people watching, come in, join us in chat. We're a friendly group. All opinions are welcome. We do not judge. True Crime Sloss. That's actually a good name for a channel.
No, if you're not, okay?
Probably has already
Sergeant
taken.
Douglas, what time period did these messages go over? That what was the relevant time period for you?
In Central Time, these messages are from 5:17:09 a.m. till 6:03:15 a.m.
And I believe you said in Central Time. Why did you say it?
I
like
don't
that?
think
Why did
she
you
would
say that?
know what a
These are written
point
in
is,
UTC.
Claudia.
What is UTC?
It's, I believe the term is universal time.
And to get to Central Standard Time, our time, what do you have to do?
You have to subtract, I believe, 5 hours from it.
And it also appears to be some kind of spreadsheet. Like, why is it that?
This is how it was sent to us. It was sent to us in an Excel spreadsheet. So there's an Excel spreadsheet that has tabs. One of those tabs would be the sending user, the receiving user, the text, and then the timestamp of the actual message.
And just so we're clear, these are the messages from between Jay Lee and the Tim Harrington Red Eye 24 account from when to when?
From 5:17:09 a.m. through 6:03:15 a.m.
And at this time, I would move to enter into evidence the Snapchat messages between Jay Lee and the Red Eye 24 Tim Harrington account that he just testified to.
Any objection?
Other
Other than previous objection. All right, that'd be S28, would that be correct? S28 will be admitted.
She's all over the place. She is so hard to follow.
Relevancy objection still moving forward. I know, haven't heard anything about making it relevant, but I have an objection. to relevance.
Your objection as to relevancy has been noted as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury? Sergeant Douglas, I want us to go through these messages together. Do you have the full messages up with you to read?
I have the exhibit, yes, ma'am.
I bet you Donna Adelson would love for her to be the
Tell us-
prosecutor.
I'm gonna show it up here, and you have for them to see, and you have one, so you can look at it.
Donna would have already have walked.
The extent and the time. Am I at the beginning, the right?
It begins at the very bottom. The beginning is at the very bottom, the very last row.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So that first message would be it. So, go ahead and tell me, what does it say?
The message says, "Who TF is this?
What's that? Who TF?
Who the fuck is this?"
And who sent that message?
That was Jay Lee to Red Eye.
And you can just go on to the next one and tell us back and forth who is speaking.
So it's Jay Lee, he says, "Who the fuck is this?" And then he sends a question mark. He then sends, "What did you
Speak
what,
into the microphone.
what did you just delete?" He then sends, Jay Lee then sends, "You made it like this." Red Eye responds, "Come back at 5:25, 26 a.m.
And the next message, who is that?
Harrington sends, "You coming or nah?" at 5:26:54 a.m.
You want, please?
Lee then says no at 5:27. Harrington asks why not. Harrington then sends 2 question marks
At what time?
at 5:31:43 a.m. Lee says, you just wouldn't even eat my ass 1 hour ago after I cleaned and everything. Then you proceed.
Oh my God.
Hopefully you ain't been fucking nobody raw. Then ask if I'm gonna stop harassing you now that you want to stop linking. You know how much of an asshole move that is.
What time was that message sent?
That message was sent at 5:34:40 a.m. It's at the very top.
Sorry, guys. Didn't realize it was going to get so graphic.
Let me show you. Okay. Now show us where it is on the document and why it's not showing fully on the screen.
At the very top of the document, it has the entire message and it says which file it is. So it's K140.
This is A1.
So K140. So in the middle, you can see that the row is K, the text row is K. And at the very left, it says 140. So you can see that the row 140 on the very far left side of the document. And if you move over, you'll see the beginnings of it at the very top of the document. It shows the entirety of what's contained inside of that message.
Why did y'all, when you printed this out, why did you do it like that?
Because we couldn't, I wanted to, in this screenshot, I wanted to get the sender, receiver, the sender, the text information, and then the time all in one screenshot.
So you can tell me what time that last message you just sent, what time was that sent at?
This was sent at 5:34:40 a.m.
And if I'm reminded, what time did Jay Lee ultimately leave his apartment?
At 5.
Leave his apartment. What time did Jay, I apologize, I wasn't clear.
No objection.
What time did Jay Lee ultimately leave his apartment?
Around 5:50 a.m.
So we're at 5:34 a.m. right now. We could go back to the messages. Who sends the next one?
Jay Lee does.
And what does it say?
It says, "You fool."
And go on and continue on with the conversation and the timestamps and who's speaking like before.
After "you fool," it is Jay Lee. He says, "Like you done did some questionable shit, but that was too much." Jay Lee then says, "Have a good night, Tim."
And why was that relevant to you, that message? Have a good night, Tim.
It helps confirm that Tim Harrington is the individual that he is speaking to.
Continue on saying who is speaking, the time, and what the message content is.
The next message is from Jay Lee, and it says, "Yeah, now it seems like you just trying to lure me over there to beat my ass or something."
What about the next? And what time was that sent?
That was sent at 5:37:16 a.m.
What about the next?
The next was sent from Red Eye, which is Tim Harrington, and says, "You tripping. I do feel bad because we cool. I ain't trying to end it like this." The next is from Jay Lee, and it says, how we cool, and you barely want me to text you."
You can please tell me the timestamps as well.
That was sent at 5:39:10 a.m. The next was Harrington. It says, "I'm saying you're a cool person" at 5:39:54 a.m. The next is Jay Lee saying, "When the last time you fucked somebody, don't lie." That was sent at 5:54 a.m. Harrington responded and said, "A few weeks ago" at 5:41:39 a.m. Lee responded with "raw or condom" at 5:42:14 a.m.
And start again. Oh, the next page. Can you pick up to the next conversation and the time and who's speaking, let me know.
So at 5:49 a.m., Jaylee responds, "Only way I see you again is if I'm getting head in the front." At 5:45:14 a.m., Harrington responds, At 5:45:19 a.m., Harrington sends okay. At 5:45:43 a.m., Lee says, "What you keep deleting, and that's it, just okay." At 5:46:21 a.m., Harrington states, I misspelled something, and okay, I'll do it. At 5:48:02 a.m., he responds, YK, or you know, if you try something fast, it won't end good for you, right? At 5:48:19 a.m., Harrington responds, WYM, or what you mean, something fast. At 5:48:45 a.m., Lee states, like try to hurt me, or son, or some shit. At 5:50:25 a.m., Harrington responds, I know. At 5:51:14 a.m., Lee states, possibly later tonight. At 5:51:38 a.m., Harrington responds with, LOL, I just told you I'm leaving later today. At 5:53:48 a.m., Lee states, LOL, okay, we finna, or fixing to, see if you lying. At 5:48:01 a.m., Harrington responds, lying about. 5:54:19 a.m., Lee says, making it up. 5:54:34, Lee says, I'm coming. At 5:54:56, Lee states, what that mean? At 5:55:39, Lee states, has there ever been a cent before? At 5:55:44 a.m., Lee says, I'm asking. And at 6:03:15 a.m., Lee says, open.
And if we go to the next page.
That's the end of that conversation.
All right. Okay. Let me, brief indulgence. He says, open. What was the last message? I apologize. I was following along that you, Jamie sent.
At 6:03:15 a.m., Lee said open.
Okay. So. After receiving that information, you said you previously didn't have the full conversation. But did that amount to, when we look at the timeline of when Jaylee left his apartment and all that, how did that all connect?
This matches exactly with when Jaylee was leaving to go to Tim Harrington's apartment.
Did you do any other search warrants?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And tell me about the ones of interest in the case.
So there are two that are that we found information that we thought was relevant. The first one is the Dirt to Diamonds search warrant, the Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com. We did a search warrant for the information associated with that Gmail.
And remind me again, what was Dirt to Diamonds?
Dirt to Diamonds was the same podcast that was used to register the Google Voice number that was then used to register the Red I-24 Snapchat account.
And how did you discover it was connected to Tim Harrington?
Both with the recovery phone number and the podcast that he has out for everyone to see.
And that recovery number was his real phone
His
number.
actual phone number, yes.
So let's start, I guess, with the Dirt to Diamonds. When you applied for that search warrant, did you receive a return?
Yes, I did.
Another episode of Dirt to Diamonds
Dr.
podcast.
Douglas, is
Today I have a
this
special guest, Miss Kiara
the
Jordan.
search, the
She's
Google
a-
search warrant, or the search warrant you sent for the Dirt to Diamonds to Google?
Yes, ma'am.
And has it been, does it accurately present that search warrant?
Yes, it does.
Tell me again, what date did you draft that and send off?
This one was signed on August 3rd. We initially sent the first one. We didn't get almost any data back from the original. we didn't write in the search warrant, we didn't explain each individual application that Google has. And so they didn't give us anything back for things like YouTube or Google search or Google Voice, things of that nature. So we wrote into the search warrant all the applications that Google uses and provides, all the services that they provide, the applications that they run and have. We made sure that those were in the search warrant so we could get information associated with those things from Google. And so we wrote a second one. So the first one we wrote on July 25th. The second one we wrote on August 3rd.
And July 25th, was that be the day that the red eye, if you got Tim Harrington's red eye messages?
That would have been the day that we got the return from Snapchat.
To see that full conversation that we just
Yes,
over?
yes.
Okay. This time I'd like to mark for identification the Google search warrant to Dirt to Diamonds podcast. Or, yeah. Brief indulgence. This is the. Oh, right here.
Rashbaum could do a better job than she's doing.
And were you able to get information from that Google search warrant? Did you receive something in return?
Yes, I did.
Sergeant Douglas, is this what you received in return? Could you identify that for us?
Marketable identification, I think.
Let him identify it and mark it, and we'll go from there, okay?
These are the Google, this is the Google search history associated with Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com.
And what was that time frame that you got that for?
We got it up to, it's written in the warrant.
I'm not objecting to it, what Mark, I'm objecting to it. She's trying to
I'm gonna have you do some further identification for the relevant time frame, market, and then if I am getting
Oh, she's in trouble.
introduce it after that.
I would need to review my search warrant to know the entire time frame that I have.
Handing the witness what has been previously marked for identification as the S29.
The time frame was May 28th, 2022 until July 22nd, 2022.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to have the Google search warrant return marked for identification.
Okay, be marked for ID.
Sergeant Douglas, I'm handing you what's been marked for ID as States Exhibit 30. Tell me, when you got that return, did it contain any messages that were relevant?
So these are searches. This is the search history
I
of.
apologize. Thank you for letting me know.
So there is a search.
Yes, or no, Your Honor, this time. Objective was non-responsive answer. The question was.
Go ahead and repeat your question.
Sergeant Douglas, did it contain any messages that were relevant to the disappearance of Jay Lee, Tim Harrington, anything?
Yes, it contains searches that were relevant to the case.
Okay. And what was, if you could tell me the time frame of the searches?
On July 8th, 2022 at 5:56 a.m., Tim Harrington Googled how long, or Dirt to Diamonds podcast at
Wait, hold
gmail.com.
on. It sounded, now that he said they were relevant, I would just move to enter into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Object, Your Honor, this time.
Hang on.
Welcome, Susie.
Asking that,
We're a friendly group here.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your objection?
Your Honor, I'd like to be outside the presence of.
No, step that way, be a good 10-second break anyway, okay? So let's all take this short break and come back.
Another break. Oh my God.
I think I'm noticing that when he says break, what that really is him giving the juries, excusing the juries, calling it a break so they don't realize that they're just being excused once again.
Yeah, it's so I just want to quickly say, hey, Claudia, because I didn't, and Susie, welcome to Crime and Coffee Crew. We are a friendly group here, and we allow all opinions, and we're respectful to each other at the same time. No judgment here. This prosecutor is driving me up the wall. Oh, we're hearing a baby again.
Sorry, I'll mute when I'm not talking. Yeah, I'm babysitting for a couple hours.
Irene says we have a different opinions, but we stay civil. Absolutely. So we welcome all new people. We are, Susie, we are a bit behind. We started late so we could speed up their talk a little bit because they're so slow, and we can bypass a lot of the crap. We've actually cut down a lot of time on this trial by doing that. Oh, yeah, Jamie has great points. I know she's got her grandbaby with her right now. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize the Snapchat was going to be so graphic. I should have said that there was graphic material, but I didn't. Thanks for welcoming, guys. Thanks for the welcoming, guys. Seems friendly and loves speed trialing. Yeah, I tried to do it at 1.5, but with the accent, it's a little too hard to understand. So we're doing at 1.25 right now. Seems to be working out very well for us. Irene says they talk slow and move slow. This is the sloth court.
It really is.
Oh, Jamie, I can't even, because we always look at a case as if we were a juror.
Right.
If I was a juror right now, I would either be A, sleeping, or B, just like shaking my head like, come on. And I probably would, because I have no filter, say out loud, can we move this forward, please?
Like, are you fucking kidding me by now? Yeah, it's hard to follow. I am still in the side of none of this makes sense. I don't see how you get from A to Z with nothing in the middle.
So the Snapchats, bad.
Yeah, no, I agree on that. It is. But again, this makes me sound really bad, and I don't mean it the way it's going to sound. But if you looked at some of my Snapchats, I'm sure that they don't look all that freaking great either from years ago.
Patricia said I'd be looking for from my watch to the door constantly. Yeah.
I said earlier, Patricia, that I'd be sitting there trying to write some of your limericks. The jury has got to be bored.
And they're in sequester for this whole trial. I just can't. Claudia says me too. Oh, here we go, guys. We're back.
All right.
Feel free, Susie, to pitch in. Oh, Patricia, you kill me. Good point, Susie. Good point. Maybe the jury has a lot of smokers and they welcome the breaks. I know I would. Oh, you're right. If I was on that jury, the other thing is I'd be nicking out. I agree, Jamie. I need more info. Snap texts are sus, but don't equate. I agree. We don't have all the evidence.
All right, let's try to get started back, okay? If you need a minute, let me know, but otherwise, let's.
Judge, as we stated before, as to at our hearing briefly as to the Google documents, that would require an expert to come in, either a forensic expert or someone qualified from Google to come in to do those particular documents, as opposed to something that was taken off of a particular cell phone that was extracted onto through a program, then an expert would provide it. Only someone certified either through Google or someone that can do the forensic download qualified to do that can introduce those documents.
Let me, I know we talked about this last week, and so I'm gonna just ask some questions anyway. The document that we're referring to, exhibit number 30, was pursuant to a search warrant, where the officer sent Google a search warrant asking for data, asking for what was on Google,
Yes, Your Honor.
and this was received back from Google pursuant to that search warrant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nobody has objection. I'd like to see what form that is. Is it just written communication? It's just
You've got a mom like me, Kimber. You don't need that shit.
Back text messages or something. It's just Google searches, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Irene. I'm so happy to hear that.
all right, Mr. Tobin, I'd like to, I'll give you tell me why you believe this information is contained. This is marked as S30.
That's my copy.
This is S30 here.
Yeah.
Tell me why you think that is technical data that needs to have an expert to introduce.
Primarily, first of all, I want to go through the steps of how what we were provided in the 90211 authentication certificate that Detective Baker would be the sponsoring witness and the custodian. First of all, obviously this is Ben Douglas, not Ryan Baker. Second of all, is that the data on there is something that was turned on the search warrant. That particular information requires an expert to authenticate that, either authenticate that or testify about the content of it after. It's been
Sorry,
authenticated.
guys.
That's consistent with Fleming and consistent with Smith.
Right, but this, as I understand it, this is not something that an officer downloaded. This is something that was received pursuant to a search warrant from Google. Is that correct? Or-
Yes, Your Honor.
I know at some point we talked about this officer or that officer dumping a phone and getting information from, but this is pursuant to from Google.
It is, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a search warrant. It's a search warrant from Google. We marked the search warrant for identification. Google downloads the search history and sends it to us. It doesn't require an expert. Fleming, I read Fleming. The reason that they say it requires an expert is because you're getting into technicalities of triangulating and calculating where someone is. These are just search results, Your Honor. Anyone who could read them.
What, I'm gonna find this does not require a Fleming type expert. I'll give you an opportunity. If there's other grounds for your objections, I'll hear them. But I don't think this, reading the words that Google sent to you, it does not require any technical knowledge anyway.
So I'm clear with the court's ruling is it basically that search warrant was issued, material was sent back pursuant to the search warrant, officer received it, came from Google, really doesn't need a certificate of authentication. All he's got to do is be similar to a phone.
I didn't say.
Now, what I'm saying
I
is,
did, I'm not, that's
I just
two
wanna
different
make
arguments.
sure.
That's just two different arguments anyway.
Right.
At this point, I have said that this is not a Fleming argument.
I guess I want to be clear, understand when I cross this witness, I want to make sure that search warrant's back, as long as the material is something that he gets, anybody can read it, get the material on it, he can interpret it. Doesn't require an expert to interpret it. He can testify about that material. Is that right? Thank you.
That's what I'm finding.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Not for the
Let's
sake.
see if the jury's ready, okay? If they're ready, bring them on in.
Not ready for that yet? Thank you, Your Honor.
You want to get it into him.
All right, everybody good? You may resume your.
Sergeant Douglas, could, at this time, Your Honor, I would like to have Exhibit 30 admitted into evidence.
All right, over the objection, counsel, I'm going to admit the exhibit 30 into evidence.
No, it's basically my previously stated.
Previously stated, I think we're okay on the other.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
Exactly, Claudia.
Sergeant Douglas, I believe where we left off was you had sent off a search warrant. Explain to us like what we're going to be looking at.
So these are Google search results that came back in the activity of Dirt to Diamonds podcast at gmail.com.
And how did that relate to Tim Harrington?
This is the email address that was on the Red Eye 24 Snapchat account that had his phone number as the recovery phone number and all to identify that it was his account.
Okay. And looking at these search results, could you tell me if there's a relevant one or relevant? Tell me about the relevant ones.
There are a few relevant ones on the sheet that you have.
Tell me where to go.
Let me ask you this. Do you want all of those introduced or do you want
They're
just
all-
the relevant ones introduced?
Yeah, the entire package. It's just that we're just going to go. He's going to go to specific ones to point out, but the entire package will be there for.
I understand that you may want to introduce the entire package, and I've had the opportunity to look at some of them, but I don't know what else is there for 10 days prior. I don't know what the time frame is. It's relevant to the time frame.
I would like to, anything that you feel is relevant, let's narrow it down to that. Either side feel is relevant. I'd like to narrow it down to that time frame.
At some point in time.
At some point in time,
Thank
okay?
you.
Okay. So explain to us the time frame that these Google searches cover. And these are Google searches, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain to us the time frame that this covers.
This would cover the entire time frame of the search warrant. So May. May 28th to July 22nd of 2022.
No, I think, I hate to keep jumping up, surely at some point in time,
together and not take some stuff.
I would like for y'all to try to do that. anyway.
Your Honor, we don't plan to go through every message. We're going to go through a few. So, Sergeant Douglas, take me to the date of Jay Lee's disappearance. Tell me about the relevant searches on July 8th, 2022.
So on July 8th of 2022 at 5:56 a.m., there is a Google search for how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito.
Okay, so July 8th.
That's on the 7th page of this document.
Oh, that Gabby PTO, that was a sad case. That's weird.
Okay. Is it appearing? Is it? Can you? Okay. So let me do this. Right here. You see can you see the little arrow? The
Yes.
little red arrow? Okay. Tell me, what time is that?
That is 5:56 a.m. Central.
And what time does it come in? Like what time is was listed on the searches?
It comes in that universal time, that UTC, and it says 10:56:54.
Explain a little bit like what universal UTC time is.
It's just another time zone that's different than ours, as far as I understand.
So when you move it to our time zone, what time was this search made?
The search was made at 5:56 a.m. on that Central Time.
And it said, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito? Were you able to learn anything? Do you know who Gabby Petito is?
I'm kind of familiar, but not really.
It's interpreting the content of the message objectively.
Yeah, well, I asked if you knew.
I'm gonna, if he knows who Gabby Petito is, I'm gonna let him ask, but I don't answer, but I don't. Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm not intimately.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is-
have
this
intimate
is
knowledge
going
of it.
off-
I know the name from that. There was a big case about it.
okay. Did you discover anything about this search?
As in what?
As in, how long does it take to strangle someone, Gabby Petito? About what happens when you search? How long does it, tell me.
Yes. So whenever you search how long does it take to strangle someone, this is the first thing that pops up in the Google search bar, the autocomplete. So whenever you're typing things in Google and they autocomplete, this is the first one that pops up.
Okay, so as you're typing that, it auto-completes with the name Gabby Petito.
Yes.
Okay, and what you said that this was what time when you converted to our time?
5:56 a.m.
If you could remind me, what time was Jay Lee's account texting open to Tim Harrington's Red Eye account? I believe you said that was the final message. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The time of open was at 6:03:15 a.m.
And was there any further message between the two accounts after 6:03 a.m.?
No, ma'am.
And this one was at 5:56 a.m., the Google search.
This Google search was at 5:56 a.m.
Also is there any searches that took place after this that were of relevance?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me where to go to find those.
The very first page on the back of it,
And
on July 10th, it'll say July 10th at 8:10:44 UTC, which would be 3:10 p.m.
okay. Am I the arrow pointing to the
Here it
right?
is. Yes, ma'am. He searches the Molly Bar Apartments. UPD on the 10th released the press notice that Jay Lee was missing this same day around this same time. At this time, UPD had not found the vehicle yet. We didn't know where it was at. And once that notice comes out from UPD, he Googles Molly Bar Apartments at 3:10 p.m.,
Right. And
which happens to be where the car is eventually located.
were you involved in the creation of that press release?
I was. I created the press release and sent it to Lieutenant McGuire to then submit.
And what day and time was it sent out? You can remember.
I remember it was sent out on July 10th. I know that I sent it to Shayla sometime afternoon.
I'm sorry to hear that last part.
Sometime afternoon is whenever I sent it to Shayla. I'm not sure when she clicked send on the post to put it up.
And may I have this marked for ID as State's Exhibit
31.
31? I'm handing the witness what is now be marked for ID as State's Exhibit 31. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you, what do you recognize it as? What is it?
This is the document that was released on July 10th as a press release for the fact that Jaylee had not been seen or heard from since July 8th.
And is that the one that you created?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And at this time, I would move to enter the press release into evidence.
Any objections? All right, it'll be admitted. $31. If I'm counting right. Kathy, give me the high sign.
And may I publish the jury?
Okay.
I want to say, I hope the press didn't get the fact that a plastic's falling down on the window.
Yeah, I know. What?
Maybe the board of supervisors need to find out.
Yeah, we'll get some spray paint this afternoon. Y'all, I think everybody but me can see, so we're all right. But it shows me my best light, I think, don't y'all, the profile view?
Anyway, shows him in his best light. That's all that
Sergeant
matters.
Douglas, could you tell me what information did y'all have at the time of the release of this press release about like Jaylee's disappearance?
We had the video from housing that showed that he had left, when he had left, what he was wearing when he left. We had information from the university that gave information about his car, and we had information about him that showed his date of birth, height, how much he weighed, things of that nature.
And if you could kind of point to sort of the missing person details, what was Jaylee's height and weight?
He was 5'7", weighed 120 pounds.
I'm going to go back to the searches, that very first page. If you could look for me at the top, the third, or that very first page, the first one from the bottom, or not the first one, but the second one from the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
Please read what that search is.
It says Ole Miss student found in lake,
And what time of day was that search?
4:32 p.m.
On
What?
July 10th?
Yes.
And the next one,
The next one is a link to people.com, the Ali Castile murder.
who is Ali Castile?
Ali Castile is the victim of a murder in Lafayette County.
Was she also an Ole Miss student?
She was.
It's dangerous to go to Ole Miss.
And
Dangerous.
the last few, what time was that one at?
4:32 p.m.
7.
The last few searches, are they all about that? The top search, what's that one?
They are, there's a New York Post article about it, and then there's a KTLA article about it.
A student searching up students. That's not so sus to me.
I'm gonna go back to search warrants. I know you got the Google one for Tim Harrington's Google account. Did you get another one?
I did.
And what was that one?
I got one for Meta, so Facebook and Instagram. I sent one to Meta.
No, it's too big.
We are at 4 sidebars, I believe.
No, we're at 7 sidebars.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking jury walkouts. Sorry.
But Claudia, they're all students from Ole Miss. So I guess that can be taken two ways. Maybe he's just wondering about the cases. Maybe he's wondering, who knows, he might have been friends with one of them. I know this is going to sound bad, but I have a funny feeling why she's the lead prosecutor, because of the optics of what it would look like as a white male being the lead prosecutor.
Actually, I have this marked for ID as State's Exhibit 32.
Can we get a list, ma'am, of how many exhibits you have so we can do a countdown, please? And thank you. So we know how closer you are to being done. We would appreciate that. Just send it to crimeandcoffee1976@gmail.com. Thank you.
Previously been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And is that the search warrant that you
Yeah.
did for Tim Harrington's accounts?
This is the first one. We did a second one. So the first one we sent, and Meta did not want to comply with it. And we sent this one initially on July 22nd. They refused it. So we returned it on August 23rd. And we got
I agree, Claudia. I
we got a
agree.
second one on August 5th signed. We also returned that one on August 23rd.
And let me make sure I got there's two of them. No wonder there were two of them. This must be the other.
Anybody know if Ole Miss has a law program?
This is a search warrant that you did?
Yes.
So the one that I just gave you is the search warrant
That is the one that was signed on July 22nd.
and when did you get the next one?
I signed the next one, or I got the next one signed
Yeah, when you
on
got the next
August 5th. We received the date on August 15th.
Okay, so this is one.
Ole Miss has a Bachelor of Science in Law Studies.
First search warrant. For ID.
Jamie, you always pick the most worst time to speak in when they're talking.
Sorry, I was just telling you, they have a Bachelor of Science in Law Studies.
I wonder what Timothy was studying.
Handing the witness what has been identified now as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that, Sergeant Douglas?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And is that second search warrant you were just referring to?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and you sent it to Tim Harrington's Instagram and Facebook.
Yes.
And what were those Instagram and Facebook?
The handle for the Facebook was timmy.harrington.3, and the Instagram was Tim the CEO.
And did you receive a return from that one?
I did.
And was it a large return?
There was a decent amount of data on the return. We got names, addresses, search history, telephone numbers, IP addresses, things of that nature.
Did you review that entire return and pull portions to talk about your check?
Yes, we did.
Welcome back, tennis girl. And you're right, Claudia. It does. The optics of it looks really bad.
Sergeant, I'm handing Sergeant Douglas what's now been marked as State's Exhibit 34 for identification. Do you recognize this, Sergeant Douglas?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a download of search history data from Meta, from Facebook.
And tell me, is this all of it or just a portion of it?
This is all of the search history that we were given.
What was the time frame?
The time frame. May 28th through July 22nd.
May 28th, 2022, July 27th, 2022?
22nd,
Oh,
2022.
22nd, 2022. Okay. And does that accurately reflect that, that time frame you requested?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's the full searches for the time frame you requested?
This is the full, whenever we open the document on the computer, when we open the document on the computer, this is the full document
Okay.
that's was related to search history.
Searches.
I believe Claudia.
Have State's Exhibit 34 entered into evidence.
Second objection.
All right, objection to be, previous objection to be noted, I'm going to admit it into evidence.
Your Honor, may I publish the jury?
You may.
Sergeant Douglas, tell me about what page to go to for any searches that piqued your interest.
So on the first page, on 7/10/2022, the UTC time is 10/21/37/36. He searched on Facebook, Tony Faris said. The UTC time converted to Central would be 4:37 p.m.
Okay. And so what would that time be, Central Time?
4:37 p.m.
And what day was that?
July 10th.
And who is Tony Faris?
Tony Faris was the lawyer that represented the defendant in the Alex Steele murder
Alex Steele is a student from Ole Miss.
from Ole Miss, the same one in the search history from Google around the same time frame.
So from when we were looking at the Google from the Alex Steele murder, these are done how close in time?
Within the same minute,
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
within a minute, or within the same time.
Were there any
Yes,
other
he did.
searches that, I should look at here? We should show the jury.
So you go to the second page, halfway down, on the 11th, you'll see 044635 UTC. He searched on Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police Department at 11:46 p.m. That's on July 10th.
And what is that time when converted to specific our time?
11:46 p.m.
And now what search do I need to go to next?
If you look one down from that, at 030218
Oh, shit.
at 10:02 p.m. on 7/11/22. It says Ole Miss Police. He searched Ole Miss Police. Direct underneath that one, he also searched Jimmy Lee at 4:01 a.m. on the 12th. If you go further down, or on the next page,
Oh, wow, guys.
This isn't good.
you'll see that he Googles, or that he searches on Facebook, Oxford, Mississippi Police multiple times on the 13th and on the 14th.
Ooh.
Oh, Jamie. Jamie.
15th.
I thought I was
you're
muted.
not-
So sorry.
And tell me like what days are these?
These are the days.
Like what day of the year? What
Okay,
month of the year?
yes.
I apologize. The month?
So this would be July 7/15 to July 15th of 2022.
And he's searching what?
He's repeatedly searching either Jimmy Lee, or he's searching Oxford Police, or Find Jimmy Lee, or Ole Miss Police.
Oh,
Keeping up
man.
with the investigation, it seems like, by looking over and over again for Jimmy Lee, Oxford Police, Jimmy Lee, Ole Miss, Jimmy J. Lee.
And what, do you remember, do you know what day Timothy Harrington ultimately was arrested for the disappearance of Jimmy?
The 22nd.
Does he continue to make searches like that up until he's arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Brief indulgence.
I know, Claudia, right? This does not look good. Oh, what is?
All right, tender the witness.
All right, everybody good on this? All right, you may cross-examine.
Oh, here we go. Wow. That's a lot of searches,
I'm gonna wait
guys.
till you- when you get-
I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Oh, I'll take that.
Has this made anyone in chat change their mind yet?
I'm now frustrated.
Hope I don't knock some of this stuff off.
Oh, I just didn't want to take too much time.
It's okay. Yes, I'm-
This is evidence. No, I put them all. Over there.
This is how they should have started this trial. Like, this should have been day one.
I agree.
Detective Douglas, I'm Kevin Horan. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Doing pretty well. I want to ask you a couple of things about your episodes involving the search warrants. You remember how many you did?
I don't remember the total number. I think it was somewhere around 25, though.
And your investigation began, I guess, as a missing person, and then y'all kind of transitioned into assisting or OPD.
Yes, sir. So we started it as a welfare concern. The welfare concern, whenever we found the car in Oxford Police Department's jurisdiction, we began helping OPD because we believed that something most likely occurred outside of our jurisdiction because the car was located in Molly Bar Trails.
Okay, I want to hand you the document and tell me if you can.
Okay, Claudia. But I didn't even think that they had laid a foundation on the first or the second day.
I was in its return on JD. Well, hand you, and see if you can identify your signature. Does that represent the turn on the entertainment center out of Mr. Lee's car as a result?
Yes, sir.
Investigation.
Yes, sir.
Have it
True
marked.
enough. Okay. Yeah, I see that point.
Any objection? Will be D 35, that's return of J. Lee search call. Return-
To be clear, I have no objection to the return, actually, no objection.
Okay, but that's a return of search warrant of J. Lee's car, right?
Second, I'd like to have Mark for identification. Return on, I believe is.
I see how close we are to catching up. Oh, we're pretty darn close.
You did a search warrant on Mr. Harrington's car as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was the information
It was it's called Burla. So the thing is Burla. It's a specific system where a investigator is qualified to go and pull the little black box infotainment system out of your car. That holds information associated with what the vehicle is doing. And vehicles that are newer, it's really good. And vehicles that are older, a lot of times it's not so good.
So, you see the burglar report, correct? Does that appear to be that report?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Now, does that appear to be the burglar?
Yes, sir. This appears to be the Burla report.
Burla, B-E-R-L-A. Like that, it introduces itself. Like that, introduce this time.
Any objections?
Mark can introduce itself.
Any objections?
Can we approach?
Okay.
Number 8. Oh my goodness. Those searches are bad.
I'm so frustrated because they really should have started with this.
Well, Claudia has a good point. Claudia did. A boring
Yes.
foundation is always first. And then who is it that said that they had to establish that he was on the down low,
True.
but if anything, this should have been day 2.
Yeah, because I was going to say it was 2 days of nothing.
Yeah. Tennis girls, I'm trying to get 4 pounds off before Xmas. Don't think that'll help.
And I'm so sorry for chewing in everybody's ears. I thought I was muted.
Oh, no, you weren't.
Yeah, I caught that when I heard you yell my name. But I'm just apologizing to everybody. I'm so sorry. He startled me and I started chewing.
Hey, Shiraz.
Hey, Shiraz.
Are y'all ready? Y'all ready? Okay, good enough.
You're off for the day.
That appears to be the burglar report, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Now, you just testified, I believe, that burglar report in older cars, sometimes, they're off a little bit. And in fact, y'all have a report in the file that says it may or may not take y'all 10 minutes. Is that right?
What I know about
Shelley McGuire. Got a report in there that says it may be off.
I'm not sure what Shayla McGuire wrote in her reports, but I know that whenever I spoke with the people that did this Burla, it was the information that I was given was that it was not good, so much so that they sent it off to Burla themselves. They sent the entire report to Burla to attempt to get them to reconstruct it. And whenever the things that they sent back, reconstructions that they sent back, they said were not fit. The reconstructed data should only be used as.
Hold on a second. My question was, did you have a report in your file that your officer in the department, Shayla McGuire, indicated that it was off 10 minutes?
I'm not Shayla McGuire. I don't know what you're in
You
her
have a
reports.
report in your file that indicates that, Detective?
Yes, Your Honor. Simply let you know what you have in the report. That's the answer. Just answer the question.
That's enough. That's all I'm asking. You have a report in your
What,
file.
what's the objection? I didn't understand.
Ask and answer.
As to which question? Does he have it or not? Has he answered the question? Does he have it in his file?
He said he doesn't know what she has in her report. That's what he said.
Okay. I'll handle that with Ms. McGuire. All right, now, I want you to pull to this page right here. 07/08/2022. It'll have the bottom of the page, it's about 2 in, I think.
70822. This one.
That's correct, I believe. And it's 17:30/8/02 timestamped at the bottom. Are you to that page? That's
17601.
very bottom of the page. timestamp 17:38.
It's not bottom of this page. It's at the bottom.
Next page.
It's at the top of the next page. isn't it?
Okay, that's fine. Go to the timestamp that you can find in this report. 07, 08, 0325, 59. You see that entry?
0738. What?
07, 08, 22 at 0325, 59.
There we go. Right there.
All right. Read that entry on that report.
So this entry says door and then driver door was open at 2022-07-08-03-2559 opened 07-08 2022 03 2559 and local.
What is the entry below that?
The entry below that says door and then driver door was open at 2022-07-08-04-1226, then open. And then 07-08-2022-04-1226, and then local.
What is the next line?
It says door and then driver door was open at 2022-07-08-04-4735, opened 07-08 2022 07 or 04-4735, and then local.
Next entry?
Driver door closed, or driver door was closed at 2022 07-08 04-4744, closed 07-08 2022 047 or 04-4744.
Okay, I want you to go down to, read the next entry.
Which one's the next one? 608.
Yes.
Driver door was closed at 2022 07-08 06 1108, closed 07-08 2022 06 1108, local.
Okay. Now, the next entry involves passenger door was open, correct? Is that right?
Further down it does. Further down it says passenger door was open at 2022 07-08 07-3440.
And passenger door was closed at what time?
2022 07-08 07-3441.
Okay. So according to this report, on this particular report, talking to Shelley McGuire about her investigation involving 7:34:41 passenger door, according to this report, Jay Lee's car opened and closed within a millisecond of each other.
Yeah, but right above it, it says that the driver door opened 3 times without closing on itself.
That's correct. It does say that. It says open, close, correct?
No, it says driver door was open, driver door was open, driver door was open, then
That's
driver
correct.
door was closed. The driver door was open 3 times without being closed. This is why we didn't think that this document was relevant or.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Driver door was open, driver door was closed, then up here it says driver door was open, closed, open, closed, and open, closed, open, closed, right?
Yep. Further
Okay.
down, it says open, closed,
Open,
closed,
closed,
open,
open. Doesn't mean
closed,
someone's
closed.
not opening and closing the door, does it?
I mean, with the discrepancies at the start of it, where the door is open, it could be that it's being opened and closed. It could be that it's not being opened and closed. That's why we didn't use this data.
I understand you didn't use the data, but nobody in the office of PPD or OPD has made any type of report that this discovery that was sent to me was invalid until you testified here today. Can you explain that?
What do you want me to explain?
I won't know why somebody from UPD didn't put in a report that when you got a search warrant back, you got this Burley report, and you sent it to an officer up there in Bartlett, Tennessee, right?
Yes, sir.
He downloaded it, right?
Yes, sir.
He sent it back to you, correct?
He did.
He didn't give you a report that there may be some harassment problems with this particular document. You don't have that report, do you?
Have it in.
Yes or no?
Actually, I'd like the witness to answer the question.
We have it in an email, and we were, as was stated earlier, we were assisting OPD with this investigation. Whenever I would write a search warrant and I would get information back, I would take the information. I want to finish my statement. I understand, but I want to finich the statement to explain. I want to answer your question. I'm trying to. So whenever I would get information back, when I would,
We asked the question. You can answer yes or no, and then
Explain why there's no report provided in the files to the DA's office or anywhere else that's been given to me in 22,000 documents. Why there's anything in any report that says this stuff isn't accurate. Can you explain that to me? That's my question.
Whenever I would get information back, I would give it to Ryan Baker, and he would determine whether that was information that was worth using or not. They would write it in follow-ups. If it was information that was useful, we would write a report about
Useful
useful
to the
information.
Useful
Information that was
to-
useful to our case, to figuring out what had happened. We're trying to figure out what happened to Jay Lee. And so that's
Somebody's snarky.
this information, because it's not credible, because there's so many discrepancies inside of it. We don't need to use it. So why would we like sit and talk about for an extended period of time why it's not useful?
Well, Detective, I'm a little confused about how it's not useful, because if you look at that Burley report, it says the last time that Jay Lee's car door opened and closed was 7:34, right?
From what you had me read,
And yeah, Jay Lee's car on the same time at 7:34. Even if you take what Sheriff McGuire said, it's all 10 minutes. I don't know how she came up with that. You gotta
Objection, Your Honor, if that's not evidence.
I'll rephrase my question. Thank you. Look at that report. It says that door opened and closed, both passenger and driver side door opened and closed within 1/10 of a second of each other. When's the next entry that anything happened on that car?
on the 8th,
What
it says
time?
driver door was opened at 7:38:07.
What time?
Driver door was closed, so it says passenger door was closed, and it says passenger door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed, 4 times in a row between
How do you close the door 4 times?
on the
They're
8th
opening
at
it.
07:38:07, then on the 9th at 4:47, then on the 9th at 6:01, then on the 9th at 7:18, then on the 9th at 7:18. So, or that one says open. But right after the passenger door was closed, the next 4 on this document say driver door was closed, driver door was closed, driver door was closed. So it's saying that the next, and then the 4th one, the driver door was closed. So the next 4 times that on this document, it's continually saying the driver door was closed even though it wasn't open. The driver was closed even though it hadn't been opened. The driver was closed even though it hadn't been opened.
The next entry, my question was, when was the next entry after 7:34 was what time?
Which 7:34. So passenger door was
Yeah,
was
when was
opened or closed.
All right, it was 7:38:08, correct?
The driver door was opened or closed. The driver door was closed again at
Detective,
7:8:22 at 7:38:07.
Detective, I'm just trying to get you, the next entry on this Burley report after the 7:34:41 was
7:38:07.
Okay,
Yes.
now it says driver door closed at that time, right?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Bear
Yes,
with
it
that.
says close.
it says driver door closed on the next entry on 079 at 22 at what time?
At 04:47:33.
Thank you. And what time would that be the next day?
This just says 04:47:33. It doesn't have like any sort of
Okay.
time standard on it.
We'll get back to it. Detective, I want to ask you about a couple of other search warrants. You did. Did you provide, do a search warrant on the automobile of Mr. Harrington?
It sounds like that's
No, I
what
did
you're
not.
doing,
Did you not do
Sherrod.
that?
No,
Did you assist in that search warrant?
no, I did not.
So
Why are you
when did your
testifying?
investigation conclude?
When did my investigation
When
conclude?
UPD's investigation conclude and y'all became,
We began helping OPD on the 10th whenever the vehicle was recovered. But our investigation hadn't concluded. We
Well, that's-
continued to
that's
assist.
a bad term. I guess my question is, when did y'all become associated with, basically, I know you didn't turn it over to Oxford PD, but y'all working on it together. What date was that?
That would have been the 10th, whenever the vehicle was found that night.
And would it be a fair statement to say when Jay Lee disappeared initially, and even up until the time
Oh, that's a
that
good point.
Mr. Harrington was arrested,
Or
the
CP
activity that
poster,
you
that's a
talked
great
about
point.
today, as far as Mr. Harrington searching certain things, that was not unique to him. Searched a lot of other people's messages, and things like that on Facebook, students and other people, members of my family. You would find the same and similar type search engines, would you not? Search conduct.
Objection, speculation.
I sustain the objection. Rephrase your question anyway.
Did y'all search anybody else's Facebook pages before? Did you do any searches of any Facebook pages besides Mr. Harrington?
No.
So you don't know whether or not Jose Reyes or any of the other people that may have known Jay Lee or been associated with Jay Lee had similar searches on their Facebook and inquisitive comments and things like that, or searches. You can't say that they didn't do the same, right?
No, I can't say that they didn't do the same.
What's it called? Stress.
Now, you identified tell me, how far back the Snapchat search went?
I'd have to have the Snapchat search warrant. It'll have the dates on it.
You only did July the 8th?
I'd have to have the Snapchat search warrant. I need to have the dates that are on that warrant.
When you searched, Jay Lee's Snapchat, you found information on there, I assume, based on what I've been provided, that there was a lot of conversations between Jay Lee and other people that he had apparently had sexual relationships with, contact with, things of that nature, right?
I know he was speaking to a lot of people. I don't remember the nature of every single message, so I'm not sure.
Appeared by the nature of those conversations, the possibility or probability existed that he was in a relationship with a number of different people.
Objection, speculation.
Part of his investigation.
I'm gonna ask him what he remembers from that Snapchat.
I just remember viewing it. I don't remember finding anything inside of his Snapchat that we marked down.
Thought was remarkable at all.
Yeah.
Did you find any conversations in those chats, any messages, or anything similar to any of the type of conversations that you've identified in the Snapchat that published to the jury?
Which, you mean the red eye Snapchat, red eye _24? I don't remember whether I did or not.
All right. Did you look for any other conversations pertaining to things that Jay Lee may have said similar to the things that he said to Mr. Harrington on the date, July the 8th, that you introduced the research here today?
I know on
State that.
Objection on relevance.
I think it'd be relevant.
He has discussed, there's different comments, I'm not sure what comment he's referring to, he said similar to the thing.
I'm gonna get to it. I mean, but still, I'm just asking you to find similar comments, conversations between Jay Lee and other individuals using the same terminology, things of that nature. with
Well,
other
that question.
individuals.
I'm not sure. I don't
Oh.
remember.
Oh, interesting, Patricia. Thank you for that. Wouldn't that be some kind of body language for a body language where he keeps rocking back and forth so much? I'm very interested in when they searched Timothy's apartment, because it just doesn't seem feasible to get rid of a body
Certainly.
that can never be found in that short period of time. Oh, 9 sidebars. It's rocking Rochelle, which is always a self-comfort when stressed.
So when starting in DeSoto County, was Delta Forest and the data.
I almost want to say thank God for Melody Ferris, because we need something to decompress after this.
back anyway, and I appreciate y'all being important instructions.
Oh, there goes the jury again.
This is my introduction.
I'm gonna. Oh,
Brief indulgence, Your Honor.
Mr. Horan, I'm not gonna judge the whole book by its cover, if that means anything.
Right.
If y'all get me down to particular
Instances.
instances, I'll make a one by one decision on it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. I think what I can do is, Your Honor, without it keep it from being confusing, I think I just showed the highlighted portions of what I've got of all these text messages, these chats.
Are these out of something that's already been introduced into evidence?
It is.
Which exhibit are we talking about?
Talking about the
Snapchat or?
chat.
Your Honor, what we introduced was the search warrant and then of the Snapchat, and then we introduced a portion of the chat from that search warrant. That's what's been introduced. What Mr. Creekmore was referring to was the issue of third-party guilt. This is a separate issue that as to hearsay. The case law says that when criminal defendants says that
I mean, don't run that rabbit right yet. Then I want to find out what he's offering in the testimony, and then I'll have use for more information, but
okay, it would be
I want to see what he's offering first, and then that.
Could you
I can
imagine?
state it into the record. I think it'd be easier to do that. And I'm not going to identify the recipient of the information
No.
because I don't think
Tell
it's
me
relevant.
what was said.
By Jay Lee.
By Jay Lee. Or you can tell me what the conversation was, just don't give me any names at this time anyway.
An individual texts Sucker for Jay and says, whoa, physical assault already? Sucker for Jay. Response, I want to punch you. Your Honor, it does have other conversations placed in context as far as relationship. I don't think the content,
Is that, there's a lot of people where I want to punch, but not in sexual nature, if that makes any sense anyway. I don't know if there's enough information there to decide what the nature of it is.
again, that's the basis.
Yeah, we're
of it.
gonna
There's
review it
additional language
tonight,
in there that
Shrez.
Indicates that, but they're talking about part of your body, it's all kind of sexual.
Just show it to me anyway.
Alright. That particular page down to the blue part, just read that whole page.
Part of the blue part.
Above the blue part.
And I'm not clear, is this already, what are you referring to? Is this smart for ID?
It says chat, so it's got the sucker for.
He would have to have
Whatever-
someone to help
whatever
him in that
medium
short
that
period
you
of time, though, wouldn't it be? And was there construction
Handle
going
that
on?
CB was
around
sucker
there?
for Jay Lee, is it, whichever one that was.
This has already been received into evidence?
I
What
don't know
you're
how
looking
much of it y'all put, I don't know how much of the document y'all put into evidence.
at? No, I'm asking about what you're referring to.
I don't know. I
Don't know
don't
if you're
know how
referring
much
to-
y'all put in, whether this has been introduced or not.
If he could establish what he's,
If it's in evidence, it's in evidence.
In evidence.
If it's not in
That's what I
evidence,
want to
we
know.
got something to argue about.
This is in evidence.
All,
Not evidence.
let me see.
No, it's ID at this time.
It's not in evidence. Your Honor, we introduced the Snapchat, I apologize, we introduced the Snapchat search warrant, and then we introduced a portion of the chats. This portion is not in evidence. That's what we're trying to say.
Now, what I'm saying, these portions are ID, he's identified these in his ID part, when he testified that these are identified as being all the proper authenticated documents of the Snapchat that he's subpoenaed for the relevant time frame, from May all the way up until the day of the offense.
I'm on,
I have more.
all right, I'm gonna read this,
Oh, it is, Shrez. It is a box of hamsters.
Wait, give me the other.
None of them know what's going on. Neither side. They would immediately plot to eliminate the nurses. Reveler near the Blackboard apps. Oh, God.
27 is ID.
I just wish Melody Ferris was in Florida because Oh
The
man, that
left
would be
hand
fun
is
if they were all in the same prison.
Left hand is the fender, okay.
That's Google. There's, here you go. 27. This is 27. 28. Those are the messages.
This is 28. 28 is in. Where's 27?
They all need Xanax. Okay, Susie says, you can always find one around colleges. My town has been something being worked on all the time.
Jaylee's account, that's not from the Snapchat return. Jaylee's, they did the Snapchat return on Red Eye 24. Messages that we introduced are from the Snapchat return of Red Eye 24. We never actually introduced, the evidence of the Jaylee's account because he talked about his investigation and getting the download from it, but we never introduced the Snapchat of Jaylee's account. So those haven't been authenticated yet.
27 is the search on Snapchat.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I've never seen lawyers standing up talking to the judge.
This information above this line here.
Look,
That just leads up to that.
And when is this?
Back in June.
oh, Carl would be
I'm gonna-
great, Claudia.
That's the two locations that are that are mentioned there. I don't think about-
And basically, there's a sidebar with one lawyer.
But I won't ask those, I think.
Oh, God, this is brilliant.
Here's the other one. Yeah, there's some more pictures.
This is a circus with less entertainment.
I wonder what they look like sped up to I'm gonna go back for a minute, guys. We're gonna have a little fun. I just want to see what they're gonna be sped up to. Let's say we'll get back to exactly where we were. Let's say 2.
Certainly.
He's really rocking now. Oh, it would be a sped up to the Benny Hill. Well, I don't like 2. I want a little bit higher. Let's go. Oh, 2 is as high as we go.
There a baseball diamond up there.
Watch when they all start to scatter. Remember, we went back a little bit. We won't miss nothing.
This is my introduction.
I'm gonna. Oh, hold on. I'm not gonna judge the whole book by its cover, if that means anything. If y'all get me down to particular instances, I'll make a one-by-one decision on it, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. I think what I can do is, all right, without keep from being confusing, I think I just show the highlighted portions of what I've got of all these text messages and these chats.
Are these out of something's already introduced to the evidence?
It is.
Which exhibit are we talking about?
Talking about
Snapchat or?
Your Honor, what we introduced was the search warrant and then of the Snapchat, and then we introduced a portion of the chat from that search warrant. That's what's introduced. What Mr. Creekmore was referring to was the issue of third-party guilt. It's a separate issue that that's hearsay. The case law says that when criminal defendants says that.
Don't run that record right yet. Don't find out what he's offering in the testimony, and then I'll have use more information. But I want to see what he's offering first, and then that will.
Your Honor, I can state into the record. I think it'd be easier to do that. And I'm not going to identify the recipient of the information because I don't think
Tell
it's
me
relevant.
what was said.
By Jay Lee.
By Jay Lee. Or you can tell me what the conversation was, just don't give me any names at this time anyway.
An individual texts Sucker for Jay and says, whoa, physical assault already? Sucker for Jay. Response, I want to punch you. Your Honor, it does have other conversations placed in context as far as relationship. I don't think the content.
Is that, there's a lot of people where I want to hunt, but not sexual nature, if that makes any sense anyway. I don't know if there's enough information there to decide what the nature of it is.
Again, that's the basis of it. There's additional language in there that indicates that, that they're talking about a part of your body. It's all kind of sexual. That particular page down to the blue part. Just get that over there.
In the blue part.
That's the blue part.
But you can't understand a word they're saying.
What are you referring to? Is this smart writing?
It says chat, so it's got the sucker for whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what was that? Chat.
If you see me, was sucker for Jay Lee, is it whichever one it was.
This has already been received in evidence?
I saw Jay-Z's name.
I'll put in the evidence.
No, I'm asking about what you're referring to.
I don't know.
Don't know if you're
I'll
referring
put in whether this has been introduced or not.
If he could establish what he's,
If it's in evidence, it's in
In
evidence.
evidence.
If it's not in
That's what I
evidence,
wanted
we
to
got
ask.
something to argue about.
This is evidence.
All
No,
right.
no,
Let me
no,
see.
no, it's ID. It's
Here we go.
We introduced the Snapchat search warrant and then introduced a portion of the chat. This portion is not evidence. That's what we're saying.
Now, what I'm saying, that these portions are ID, these identified these, in his ID part, when he testified, these are identified as being proper authenticated documents of Snapchat that he's subpoenaed for the relevant time frame, from May all the way up until the day of the office.
I'm gonna,
I have more.
all right, I'm gonna read this.
Oh my goodness. They're all going to start scattering here.
And make sure I'm on the right page. The left hand is the offender. Okay, that's good. Here you go.
this is 28.
Leah says this reminds me of watching Cutie Patooties channel. Yeah, we'll go back. I just want to see how they look like when they're all up walking around. Probably normal.
If you're gonna go from Jay-Z's account, that's not from the Snapchat return. Jay-Z's, they did the Snapchat return on Red I-24. Messages that we introduced are from the Snapchat return Red I-24. We never introduced the evidence of the Jay-Z's account because he talked about his investigation and getting the download from it, but we never introduced the Snapchat of Jay-Z's account. So those haven't been authenticated yet.
Right, Susie?
We're talking about this information above this line here.
That's the relevant part. That just leaves up to you.
When is this?
Back in June.
I'm on, as the two locations that are mentioned there. I don't like it means looking.
I got some others.
I'm so disappointed. It makes them look like they're walking normally.
Here's the other one. Just more particular.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, geez, we didn't even miss much. They're still sidebarring.
I would like to know what your line of questioning is. Are you trying to develop another suspect or not? And I don't read them like that. Tell me
Same
what
with
you're trying
mine,
to do and what
Susie.
your question would be.
Hands a flying.
Their whole basis, the whole body of their case is that I think we're gonna hear that our client, or they're insinuating from these messages that our client solicited him to come over there and do certain things. Unfortunately, when you hear the rest of the evidence, there's some other, later in, other documentation going to indicate that the alleged victim in this case started the conversation. In what they produced right now, there's clearly a statement in there that says, you better not try to do anything, not gonna turn out good for you. Well,
Your Honor, first of all, I hate to interrupt this, but he started out wrong. The conversation between Jay.
let me finish. Can I finish?
Hang on, let me see. Do it now.
Argument in the court.
Jay Lee was begun by him here. That was a statement of law. I mean, of fact.
Yeah.
Just give me to what was said, that you find that you have a right to introduce this.
In the conversation, there's two things that basically the theme that they're trying to lay out is that our client
solicit him to come back over there. It's in their particular evidence that they've introduced at this time. Included in that is a statement wherein Jay Lee, according to their evidence, made a comment to our client about, it's not going to turn out well for you if it goes back. That's in, not only that, but the discovery material that's been provided on other media, which they're going to assume they're going to get in at some point in time. In this particular evidence that they provided in discovery, he's identified as these the two subpoenas, and one of them was Snapchat's Sucker for Jay says, I got a pitch, and you better not be trying to pull a fast one on me about what I'm saying. It's talking about conversations about hooking up and getting together. That's consistent with what they've already introduced to negate.
I don't see that's, I'm having a hard time with that, those particular words, finding relevant. You don't pull a fast one on me, I don't find it to be relevant to the information the state has put forward. There's some more documents there that you wish I may find a different ruling on.
Your Honor,
Yeah, I just-
if I could,
Okay, go ahead.
basically, I can get the exhibit.
While he's doing that, I just want to clarify, when what we introduced, it starts off with, who is this? Jay did not start that conversation. Someone said, who is this?
I've ruled for you. I'd hush if I was you.
I would say, paragraph 84 of the documents, it said that defense presented evidence at all that that person that they were trying to bring in a statement against had been implicated in any way with respect to the crime. And I think that's what we have here. There's no indication that this person, whoever they are, it's not in court today, has any implication in what's going on.
I don't necessarily think that that's been offered for that purpose, but at the same time, I don't think the statement that you just made is anyhow relevant in this particular case. There may be some of those highlighted that you have that are, but I don't think that one is anyway.
Your Honor, again, conversation, I just want to say it one more time so the court's clear. Conversation.
Yeah, we're at 9, Leah.
Sucker for Jay, we found out that's Jay Lee. Who the TF is this? Initiated by Mr. Lee. In the body of what they introduced in the evidence is clearly a quote, a statement from Jay Lee. If you try something fast, it won't end up good for you. That's a statement from Jay Lee to my client. It's introduced in the evidence at this time. Similar statement made by Jay Lee that I've just spoken into the record to another individual during the course of a hookup, indicating to him, we're going to get together. I'm letting you know something, but I'm going to make sure.
Back up through that. I think, let me read this line before that anyway.
You know what I was waiting.
I took it to be if you don't show up.
No, it's not about you don't show up.
One
It's
of them
not-
was, let me look at it again.
All right, what do you want to look at?
What statement you just read,
Okay.
I want to look at the,
The one that was, is that the one in the exhibit?
Okay, second page, Your Honor.
I'm not talking about Jay Lee's statement. I'm talking
Okay.
about the statement, the highlighted in blue statement,
Okay.
trying to question the witness.
Right here. I don't know how similar those two thought processes to each other and have the exact same comment.
One of them appears to be, this one appears to be asking for a picture. I got a picture and better not be trying to pull a fast one. I'm for about what I'm saying. Laugh out loud anyway. Yeah, I can't see it. I don't think that the context of asking for a picture is relevant to this particular case. You have, and I'm finding it's not. There was other documents there that you were attempting to, and as I said, I'll judge them on a case individual basis.
Your Honor. Second one is the comment that during the course of a conversation with an individual questions Mr. Sucker for Jay, Mr. Jay Lee. Whoa, physical assault already? And he says, I want to punch you. And they get down having some conversations about fighting
Let me see.
later on, way down.
All right, I won't go up.
Read from the bottom up.
Has anybody ever seen a court case like this ever?
Sucker for Jay Lee asked the person, send pictures of you. The other person replies, when I lift weights, I feel like a Hulk. Sucker, Jay Lee says, you act like yours any bigger. The other person says, I'm positive, I've seen your arms. Jay Lee says, you sure? The other person says, no, because you can't hurt me. Jay Lee says, is that bad? And the other person says, whoa, physical assault already? Jay Lee says, I want to punch you. The other person says, that's crazy. The other person says, on down here, Jay Lee says, you're just mean to me. And I think that'd be a frown and,
Thanks, emoji. Yes.
Brown,
You're getting better, Judge.
all right. The other person says, how, Jay Lee says, you're so mean. Other person says, I think, yeah. The, Jay Lee says, F you. Other person says, I don't fight women. Jay Lee says, you want to fight? You what?
I think it actually goes the other way because he says, I don't fight women. And then Jay Lee says, F you.
Jay Lee says, you want to fight?
From the timestamp, John, I believe it reads from the bottom up. So it actually, he says, I don't fight women. I believe Jay Lee's response is F you. So it's like the conversation goes from the bottom up.
I don't, okay, I've seen that. You want to fight? I don't fight
does.
women. F you. You're so mean. You're mean to me.
Like I keep flashing back to Rash Bombing on how unorganized he was. And
I think
I would
it's marginal value, but I'm gonna let you, I'm gonna let you talk about that, but I'm gonna get the state talk, can't talk about all of it.
Party night, one.
over any of these lawyers.
Okay, that one, does not appear to be, asking for pictures is what it seems to be in context to, and I find that's not relevant in this case. But on the one that, the one he just said there, if he introduces part of it, I'll let you cover the whole spectrum anyway, if you like.
Yeah, for context, he had a lot of different pages. Is it?
That information that I just read anyway.
Haven't introduced. I'm just gonna move on to something else.
Okay, we're gonna move on to something else. All right, show the jury in. I will, Mr. Hogan, I want to make sure you know that the one happened on the day of the July the 8th. You can introduce that if you want to.
Your Honor,
Two out of
probably
three.
before I rest,
Two out of three ain't bad.
I'll have them marked and
I'll let you mark them and identify them. You think you can identify them with the jury sitting here adequately? Mr. Hogan, you think you're able to identify them adequately for the record with the jury sitting here?
I don't have a problem with them.
Thank you, Ken. Okay. All right. You want to do that now?
I do. I'll get that out of the way, Your Honor.
Let me respect the one that, there's only one that I denied you the right to qualify, to object on, okay?
Right, that's right. Your Honor, for purposes of the record, I think what I'll do is mark those.
Oh
that,
shit,
are-
guys, I
I
just
want
found
to mark them in.
something.
Since we've had discussions about highlighting portions,
Uh-oh.
mark them as highlighted for purposes of the record.
I have to pause it for one quick second.
Like that.
Timothy's family. Oh Lord. Timothy's family owns a funeral home. Hold on. Bloody hell. Give me 1 second. I bring it back up. His family has a church and a funeral home. Boy, oh boy. Hi, Jane. How are you, my friend?
Separate.
That's just one composite exhibit, is that correct? 137? You got 30?
Do it separately. You ruled on it separately.
Okay, all right. I would like for you to state for the record the one that I.
9 so far.
whichever one that
Jane.
was.
That explains the down low.
Hi, Jane. Ow.
Check it out. Thank you.
Mr. Hogan, Roman, before you get into that, I'd like to correct, I don't know which number got assigned to each record. Court, I think, only denied the admissibility for question of one. Please identify which one that was. Okay, okay. When you forward to, so the record be complete.
At the appropriate time to be interviewed once it's.
Which, what number?
41.
Is that you when we hadn't talked about, or did I get lost? Did I lose?
You told me you want me to let you know which one was the exhibit that you said wasn't this one. This
All
one.
right, I had 30, how many did you had 4 documents? What was 30?
37 is the return.
Okay, 37 was returned. Okay, that got me off of, I didn't get that.
Can we approach just briefly?
Okay, let's make real brief.
Wow. Now I've got in my brain that they own a funeral home. I wonder if their funeral home has the ability for cremation.
I'm looking into it.
Detective, I want to hand you what's been marked and for identification. Can you tell me whether or not that appears to be the return of the Snapchat conversation, something we talked about earlier today for the sucker for Jay Lee account?
This is the return for the Snapchat account associated with I am Jay Lee and Sucker for Jay Lee.
I'm agreeing with that.
Same objections. My objection previously was the hearsay, and he doesn't articulate why the statement of Jay Lee's not hearsay.
This is just the return.
Right.
I'm gonna admit the return in that.
Okay, and these others been marked. During your direct examination that did a search warrant for the entertainment of Mr. Harrington's car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You did not get a return?
I don't believe so. The data was unusable.
You didn't get anything back on the entertainment center indicating as a result of your
I don't understand the question.
I'll hand you what's been marked, what needs to be marked with identification as I was sent a return. Go through the car first. Did you, were you involved in taking actual possession of Mr. Harrington's car?
No, sir.
Did you, when you went and got the search warrant for the entertainment center or information center in that car, how did that transpire?
I don't understand what you're asking. Are you asking about how we got the search warrant?
Seized the car, how did it come to be that you got custody of the search warrant on the car?
Oxford Police Department had possession of the car.
And you did the search warrant, correct?
I did the search warrant for the entertainment system, not the vehicle.
Ooh, Rochelle.
And is your understanding
Yeah,
that
just wait.
you did not get
Clarify return. What do you mean by return?
anything when you issued search warrant, got returned, did anything come back from the manufacturer of that vehicle for you?
So Lynn Starkey in DeSoto County is the one who dumped it for us, and the data was just unusable.
We got a few more
Objection,
minutes.
this is not, this witness is
We only got a few more minutes left, Jamie.
it's not.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll let the witness respond to about what he knows and doesn't know. If he doesn't, I don't know enough to rule on your objection anyway. Let's see how far we get.
Just testified that you got
Sullivan County to do a dump off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they returned that dump to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it provided no evidence of value whatsoever, fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And, you remember when you got that?
I do not.
Like that is hard. I'm gonna do it as a composite. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't have any paragraph.
We got 5 minutes left.
For the record, I'm gonna just do 2 pages of it. There's some information on some of the other pages. So, composite, for the information, all in the tablets.
Your Honor, objection to hearsay.
I don't know what we're looking at there, so I might case hearsay or not anyway. Let the witness identify it if he can,
I'll do it that way.
and then I'll make a ruling, but I don't know what we're talking about.
Have it marked for identification. 2 pages. Detective, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked for identification. It's exhibit number 42. Can you identify that as being, can you identify that as all both pages?
I personally can't say that it's all the report. I can identify there are 2 pages here, and it says in the report on the bottom of the 2nd page, but I didn't write this.
I'm not saying, can you identify that particular item? Is that the return of the search warrant from the information center that you got? Send it up there.
This is Lynn Starkey's report on when he downloaded the data from the Ford's sync module.
Read- Can you identify it?
I can identify the car as Tim Harrington.
You look at the bottom of the report.
Your Honor, the witness has
If you pick the car, yes, can you identify the car?
I did. I thought I did.
Can you identify the
Oh,
car?
I-
It doesn't say like that.
Can you identify that item, that particular document? Can you identify the car?
I can identify the car in the pictures.
Okay.
I didn't write the report, so I don't know what's in it, and this isn't what we received as a return as a result of that search warrant.
That's in the file that they provided to me. You
Your Honor,
identify
the
the car.
witness has answered the question. This is not what they received as a return. Denied.
Last question I heard asked was, can you identify that car?
You identify the car.
Yes, this is John.
Look at the second page. Look at it really good. Not a trick question. Can you identify, read that page, can you identify that particular item? Something that y'all received.
Personally, I don't know what this is in the picture. I can't explain. It just looks like a hard piece of technology to me. But Lynn writes what it is in the picture or in the report.
I'll enter-
He didn't know what it is.
Identify the car. I'll withdraw the second page.
I know the vehicle is Tim Harrington's vehicle. I saw that.
I move for introduction of the vehicle.
Objection, Your
Oh,
Honor.
so he does have a vehicle.
Hearsay.
Okay.
No, this is hearsay because although it's received via a search warrant, there's no certificate of authenticity. He's saying it's a vehicle, one picture of the vehicle, redact all language off of it. Your Honor, it's
I
hearsay.
don't know what's contained on the thing. Right now, all we know is that the witness has identified that vehicle. Anything else will come off anyway.
You identify the vehicle in the photograph.
Yes.
Move for introduction of the photograph.
Let me see what's on there besides the vehicle anyway. And,
Okay, detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, it's admissible.
I don't think there's anything that hadn't been, they did a dump on anyway.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point. This is a report, an agency report.
Objection, Your Honor.
8036 allows for introduction.
Hang on 1 second. You've asked for this to be introduced in the evidence.
That's right.
I'm gonna let this page be introduced in the evidence.
Thank you.
All right, we'll fight the next battle when we get there. But I'm gonna let that be introduced in the evidence. And I'm sure that's not gonna be the last fight. That particular page comes in the evidence. The second page doesn't come in the evidence.
I
Okay,
did.
the witness says he don't know what that is. All right, go ahead.
You indicated that this second page, the first page and the second page was the report of Detective Stark, correct?
Yes.
That is a regularly kept record. This is public record, a report that y'all keep within y'all's agency, correct? That he kept.
It's not my agency.
I'm laying the foundation for 803 introduction, Your Honor.
I'm going to let you ask the question.
Trying to speed up the process. This is a report that Detective Starkey worked for y'all at this time. He did as a part, that worked this report, not for y'all, but for Oxford Police Department.
He didn't work for Oxford Police Department. He worked for DeSoto Police Department, I think.
He sent this report and placed it in your file, is what I meant to say. This report came to y'all,
Yes.
became part of your investigative file,
Yes.
right? As part of this report, became part and parcel of your entire investigative file in this particular case, right?
Yes.
Move for introduction at this time.
I hear you object.
Objection, Your Honor. He skipped over the part where it's a regularly conducted business activity. It's not a regularly conducted business activity.
I'm gonna deny the introduction as a regular kept business record. If every police report would be introduced into evidence if that was the case, and I don't think we tried, I'll let you talk to the witness about it, but even if the detective whose report was there was sitting here, I would not allow the introduction of their report. I would allow you to cross-examine them on that report. I would not allow the introduction.
Your Honor, 8036 clearly says once it becomes part of confrontation clause doesn't apply to a defendant. Only applies to the state.
I'm not worried. I think it's hearsay,
I'll move on.
If every police report, because it was a police report, got introduced into evidence, we just let the witnesses read police reports. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Detective, when you got engaged in this particular investigation, and you subpoenaed the Red Eye account, can you tell me when that Red Eye account was opened? Pursuant to what's been introduced in the evidence. What did your report tell me?
I would need to look at the subpoena or the return that we were given.
Is it a fair statement it was not opened up on July the 8th, July the 7th, 2022?
That the report itself was not open?
The Red Eye account was not open on that particular date.
What do you mean created? So it was created previously, but
It's created previously.
okay, yeah, created, okay.
Fair statement, your recollection, that sometime months prior to that, the Red Eye account was opened up. Is that right?
Yes, it was created and deactivated and then reactivated.
Activated, reactivated.
Yeah, deactivated, reactivated, deactivated again, reactivated again. I don't remember how many times, but I know that it was activated and deactivated and reactivated.
A lot of this stuff is correct.
I did a bunch of them with,
You're
I
doing the head
personally didn't send
thing.
the subpoena. This was Detective Baker's subpoena that I was there whenever it came back. So I have not done subpoenas like this. I write search warrants. I've never issued subpoenas like this.
But my question is, been involved in investigations where you've seen similar activities where accounts are activated, reactivated, things like that on these Snapchats, people literally go them for a while, then they open back up. They have 5 or 6 of them, right? You've seen that before, haven't you?
Not in my investigations. Most of the time, people have a single account and they use a single account. And if they alternate, they're not deactivating it and reactivating it and deactivating it and reactivating it. They're usually just, they have the single one and they alternate.
As far as your previous testimony pertaining to Jay Lee, blocking, opening up, you testified about having blocked a message.
It blocked an account with the username Tim Harrington.
Did you block anybody previously that night other than this account?
I am not certain.
Well, you indicated on direct examination that you looked at his block history.
Yes, there were a lot of people on his blocked history. It wasn't just Tim Harrington.
And it's fair to say, when you look at that block history, it's kind of like old student hanging up on somebody, don't talk to them anymore, you unblock them sometimes. You saw that his block history, he's blocking and unblocking people throughout the entire history of that account, right?
I don't know if we ever could see whenever he would unblock a person. I think we just saw the blocked accounts.
His block account, you can't see when he unblocks.
I don't believe I ever saw like a page where it said blocked and then unblocked and unblocked and then unblocked. The page that we were talking about was, it just said blocked.
But you're looking at his block history, fair statement.
Yes.
And that was not unique to just Mr. Harrington's account, right? There were other accounts, like you said, he was blocked.
Yes, there was more than one account that he had blocked.
Imagine if they looked at my blocked account.
No, me too.
Now, you recall the first time that you went out to Molly Bar Apartments and engaged yourself in knocking on any doors?
I don't remember what day it was, Mr.
Did you look at your report, got your report with you?
I didn't write a report about that, I don't believe.
Be consistent with somewhere around early on in the investigation, right?
It would have been early on in the investigation. It would have been around the 10th or the 11th whenever we found the car.
And did you make any report, anything like that? Or have you seen anything in your report that indicate which doors that officers went to and knocked to see who may have been home, who was residents at that, or did you compile any summary pertaining to that?
I didn't create a summary pertaining to that.
You did not? You know what officer may have done that?
I know a lot of officers that did that.
You don't know which one did it?
I'm not sure which one.
Well, maybe Nick Perry.
Thanks, I'll have it.
Okay, well, I was just going to say we may be running late tonight, but we may not be anyway. Redirect.
Oh, sorry. Sergeant Douglas, I want to give you an opportunity to explain, we'll go back to the Burla. They were talking about the Burla. Explain what the Burla download from Jay Lee's vehicle. Give you a full opportunity to explain what you were trying to say about why you all didn't rely upon it.
So whenever we got the return from Jay Lee's Burla, we didn't believe that the information was credible because there were multiple times where it would say like driver door opened, driver door opened, driver door opened, driver door opened, but it was never closed. And so the driver door can't be opened 16 times and never closed. because of things like that, and because we had video footage that we knew that this is when the car was still, or we knew that this was when the car was driving, and it would say that it had been put into drive or put into neutral, things like that, where there were times that didn't match up with information that we knew, and there was information inside of it that was repeating that just, if you look at it, it just doesn't make sense on its own. And so we didn't believe that the information inside of the Burler reports for Jay Lee's car were credible.
And did the Burler report even have a time stamp, or I guess time zone? Like what?
I remember that the digital copy did, the one that you receive that way. This one doesn't say, but I know that both of them had converted it at some point, but I'm not sure what they converted it from or what they used to convert it.
You were asked about the searches on the Facebook, Timothy Harrington searches for Jay Lee. Facebook, when did the BOLO go out? Which I believe is a field out. When did that first out, if you remember?
I don't know about the BOLO. I know that the public service, like the public announcement on Facebook and all that kind of stuff, that went out on July 10th.
And after that came out, did several people reach out to you, to UPD and to OPD regarding to help with this investigation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was Khalid Fears one of those people?
Yes.
Okay. And why did he reach out?
He had spoken to Jay Lee
Okay.
the night that he went missing.
And did Timothy Harrington reach out?
He did not.
One final question. When was the Red Eye 24 account closed?
July 8th. On July 8th is whenever the Red Eye 24 account was deactivated.
So it was deactivated on July 8th.
Yes.
Over the
Oh, no.
All right, that came to a head there all at once anyway. May this witness be found as usual, the acting remain on screen.
Thank you, Reverend Skinner, Your Honor.
Officer, you can, Douglas, you can issue today, can't be in courtroom, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. You're subject to be recalled in later days. Don't discuss your testimony. Okay, so you're free to go. Just go where you want, jump in this courtroom, make sure that both parties can get that with the need back. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thanks for being here. All right, it's 4:44. But if you got a witness, we can get some good out of it. Y'all not eating supper till 7 o'clock tonight anyway, and so we might as well be doing something anyway. If you got a witness that's available, I want to get started on them. If you don't, we'll do something different. If you got a witness, we can get started on it today. Y'all come talk to me about our progress so far. I know what I think about our progress so far, but y'all may have a different assessment of it than I do.
10 sidebars. There once was a Sheldon called Tim with a friend Jay, whose real name was Jim. Where did Jim go? Well, on the down low, everyone pointed to him. Okay, Jamie, do you remember what you were?
Yes, because I have it pulled up really quickly while they're doing that. So when police questioned Harrington later that month after this all was going down, Harrington admitted to the casual relationship, right? But claimed no knowledge of Lee's whereabouts. K9 dogs trained to detect the presence of cadavers alerted 4 times in Harrington's apartment, once in the living room and 3 times in the bedroom.
Yeah, but I read where they weren't actual canine dogs.
Okay, so you read another article where it wasn't canine dogs?
They were dogs, but they weren't actual canine dogs.
Perfect.
They weren't trained. So sorry guys, that the dog evidence is not being permitted because they weren't canine dogs.
Okay, perfect. And see, I love how we work together on that one, because I'll find something, but you'll have been like, yeah, but I found this, or the opposite way. It's like you'll hear something, I'm like, but I heard this.
I can't find. It just stated, but it doesn't state where the funeral home was.
Yeah, I'm not finding it.
I guess these canine dogs also, well, not canine dogs. These dogs also hit in a van.
Okay.
But that evidence is not being allowed in because they weren't actual canine dogs.
Okay,
so you know what I'm thinking? It's like those dogs from Chris Watts's.
Watson's, yeah. That sounds Chris Watts. Sorry, I said Watson.
Yeah, because that dog and the woman, she did not, that dog, not the dog's fault, it was the trainer's
Anything else
fault,
gonna be
but,
for the record today? If not, I'm gonna let Honeyland go.
and
home.
it didn't hit on
I didn't
anything in the
know she was
house.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct.
But if the funeral home is close by, and they obviously would probably have a vehicle to pick up a body.
And the vehicle would possibly be a van.
Yep. And there's no way, if he did this, that he got rid of that body by himself, because people would have noticed.
From where? Renaissance Bank, okay.
So is his family involved? Did he
Well-
cremate this poor kid?
Well, as I'm listening to you say that, and my mind is going, what if the family didn't necessarily have to be involved with the business? Like, oh,
Guess that's the end.
what if not necessarily the family was involved in just, I hate saying these words, but disposing of Jay Lee, but because this kid had access to all of that, he was able to get in there. And, I'm not saying that the kid's guilty. I'm just running theories here. What if, and I cannot find that funeral or the funeral home. I can't find information on it. I've been digging.
But here's the thing. There's still no way he'd be able to get that body from his apartment to a van by himself.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Like, well, okay, yeah, I should preface that a little better. I'm saying why because, we've seen women who can get a man from one location to another once the man's no longer breathing. Why couldn't he do it? Unless you're going on the without being seen part. Is that what you mean?
Because not
Okay.
being seen, but it's a dorm.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But even but even still, let's say he did have help. There's no way that people in that dorm are not going to see a group or two people, one person, a group of people trying to get a body out of there. Somebody
Not
would have
so.
seen something, right?
Not really, not so, because how many drunk people do you see in a dorm? How many drunk people do you see passed out? Two people could have draped his arms over their shoulder, his head was draped down, type of thing. He could have been passed out. They were taking him home.
Yeah, Susie, that's basically the example how I was saying it or what I was thinking.
Yeah, but even Melody Ferris, there's no way she'd done it without some kind of help, like even the tractor, right?
Well, yeah. So, yeah, I just, you know what? I think it is in my brain, and everybody can be mad at me if you want to. But I think that in my own brain, because of the way the prosecution has laid this case out so far, my brain doesn't want to now, and I will if I have to, but my brain doesn't quite yet want to just jump to the, oh shit, yep, okay, he did it. You know what I mean? I want to believe that he possibly did not do it.
No, I'm not saying he did or didn't, but I'm always that person that doesn't make snap judgments one way or another. And with the evidence that was presented today, and then seeing that his family owns a funeral home, because that kind of helped the question I had in my head. How do you get rid of a body
and not be found, or
and
not
it
be found?
never be found? Well, cremation would be one way.
Oh yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like I'm listening to this today, and I'm now my brain's having to look at those, because in my brain I always have to look at every scenario, like what could have happened, how could this happen, how can you do this, or where is the body? And so, like you, that is a huge possibility. I'm trying to find that funeral home, but that's a huge possibility. I just also still kind of don't like the way the prosecution laid out, and I was hoping that, I don't know. But now I am looking at it that way too, trying to figure out, okay, well now it looks more with today's witnesses, it's definitely looking a lot more possible. It looks a lot more more convincing.
Yeah. But like, because the time frame doesn't work out, right? For him to not have a way or means to get rid of a body, because he'd have to, if it would have to be so far away that that's why they're not finding it. But for the short period of time, they would have, there's got to be something. Like even Susie said, she said something about a garbage dumpster, which makes sense. But at least there's usually, depending on what day of the week, there'd be like a week
Yeah.
of time that dumpster sat there.
So if this was all taking place during the day, right?
Yeah.
And then my brain would have to go to the fact that a funeral home normally is open during day hours. And so my theory on that is kind of wiped away of him possibly having done it without anybody knowing. Because had it been overnight, then maybe the place would have been closed and he would have been able to get in there and do what he wanted to do without like anybody knowing anything. But during the day, a funeral home is usually open. So that blows my other theory out of the way.
But at the same time, nobody's going to suspect a funeral van or whatever pulling in to a loading dock door in a funeral home. They would just think, oh, somebody passed away. They picked somebody up and nobody would think anything of it.
But they would think of something of that van pulling up to a dorm.
Yes.
Everybody would be on alert, like, wait, what the hell's going on?
Mm-hmm. Unless, because if he lived there and his family came and visited him quite often in that van.
That's true. That is very true.
Then it wouldn't be something odd to see.
Yeah. I just can't imagine using that van for personal reasons. I'm not saying that nobody does. I'm just saying I wouldn't use it for my own, like, I need to go visit my son. I'm going to take the funeral van with me. But that's, I'm not them. And I'm not saying that's what they did. It's just, now it puts another level of questions into it.
Well, here it's not weird we've got 4, 5 funeral homes in my town. And it's not weird to go to Walmart and see a hearse in the parking lot.
Oh, really? Oh, that's crazy. I've never see, that's something I never see.
Because if they got errands to run and they're working or whatever, they just stop and pick it up.
I get it. I've never seen that here.
Gotta go, Tutor, Jane. See you later. I'm going to be back on at 8 doing Melody Ferris review because that just blew my mind. Like, guys, it was kind of good that I wasn't on live because I just went like, and I sat there. I sat there like that. I didn't budge. I didn't move. I was like, what am I hearing?
Hi, Armand.
Armand, it wasn't it? Like, I was watching on Patty's channel and I was like, I was dumb. Literally, I sat there. I was like, I could not move.
You know what? You asked a question earlier, and I think Susie or one of them kind of commented on it. But you asked if anybody has ever seen a trial like this. I think that was your question. And the first thing that popped into my mind was, wow, Owens makes these guys look good.
Rashbaum.
Rashbaum.
Rashbaum was so unorganized.
Oh yeah, he was.
It was constantly bad. flipping papers. And I was like, oh, well, somebody just give him some sticky notes, something. He makes these people look awesome. like Armand, I'm still thinking about Melody Ferris. I'm still stunned. I cannot believe I heard a mother speak like that about her child. He'll never be able to wipe it off. He'll never be able to wipe that off of him. Horrible. But that being said, it is 6:20. I'm going to have a quick bite to eat. And then we're going to come back and we're going to dish about Melody Ferris. Honestly, she's we'll talk about it when we do Melody Ferris.
Yeah. All right.
But
So thanks for having me.
You're welcome. And guys, again, tomorrow, Jamie, does 1:00 work for you?
1:00 for you is 11:00 for me. That's fine.
Okay. Tomorrow we'll be doing the same thing. We'll run it at 1.25. Makes it so much easier. Like we literally broke that down because we started at 1. So 5 hours instead of 8 hours.
I just quickly wanted to say to Susie, it was very nice to have you here with us. I hope you come back tomorrow to be with us again, or tonight when we talk about Melody Ferris. I forgot her name for 2 seconds. My brain didn't want to work, but it was great to have you with us today.
Yes, it was very nice. Nice seeing new faces. And aloha all. Are you from Hawaii?
Yeah, I was going to ask that too. Are you in Hawaii?
And again, I just want to say thank you to all the rest of the coffee crew. You guys are amazing. Thank you for the support you show me every time I'm on. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. And thank you, Jamie, for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
Jamie will be running the stream tomorrow. I unfortunately have to work. So I'm Eastern Standard Time. What are you? You're Pacific?
Me?
Yeah.
This is so confusing because I think I'm considered Mountain Standard Time because we don't do time changes. Like we don't do daylight savings. So our time never changes here in Arizona. So for me right now, it is 4:22.
I'll find out for you.
I'm from California though, so I don't pay attention to that part of it.
Yeah, you're Mountain Standard Time. So I'll find out for you, Susie, here. 1 p.m. Eastern, 2 Central. So for you, Susie, it would be 12 p.m. Central Time.
Oh, Susie's an hour ahead of me.
And she's an hour behind me. All right. Again, thank you, everyone. I greatly appreciate you. I'll see you back here at 8.
All right. Bye.
Bye.